All right. Blessings to each and every one. Today is Tuesday, September 10th, 7:27 p.m. Yeah. Whisper me the time that So wherever you are at, watching the stream, big up on yourself. Say we are in this time and space continuum. So yeah, man. It might be 7:27 for me, but it might be different for you. So welcome to our next episode of Imhotep University TV. I want to say manners and respect to everyone. Let me go through the formalities quick and fast. And bless up, the ones and ones who we see there early and who leave a comment. So, if you're new to the platform as well, don't be afraid to leave a comment in the chat so I can bless you up. I greatly appreciate the new subscribers as well. So you know how that goes. That's just how we get to work. Mandela strength. Yeah, man. Big up, manners and respect, Him say, bless up everyone. Imhotep, you was right. Andrew declaration has to be certified before you call the election. But this thing has been a messy process. Yeah, man, them affy, but Mandela strength, of course, them affy sort this out before the JLP conference. You see, the PNP conference is what? This Sunday? Is it this Sunday or what? But long story short, the PNP conference is I think it's this Sunday. Either this Sunday or next Sunday, one of them. But yeah, man, definitely, we go more time. We can read the room, and a long time we have follow up these things in my general. So it go. Respect Mandela strength. Mandela strength say people as you enter, like up the live. Yeah, man. Even before you enter through the door, for your knock, man. Yeah, just leave a like before you enter, man. All I see it. You get what me I say, bill of vibes. And say, once we step out in the streets and a reason, or some solid little reasoning. All right, that's right there. Pauline Bailey, yeah, man, blessings in America about 360, my brother for life. Yeah, man. One of the managing moderators along with Nikki Willie, Rick Storm. You get what me I say? Yeah, man. Big up Merkaba. Manners and respect. Godfrey Goldburn, big up me general. That is code. Godfrey Goldburn with 2 accounts, leaving 2 likes on the stream. We greatly appreciate that, my general. TG Media, big up yourself, Yeah, man. Manners and respect. Lady Janice, big up in a Lady Janice. Yeah, man. Big up to Lady Janice. Yeah, man. She did with her lives then where, yeah, man, I show with the waterfalls and the river and them something. Them thing they nice, we put it to bed. So, yeah, man. Big up Lady Janice, man. I think of more time. Yeah, man. I love them streams there. Lady Janice, yeah, man. Waterfalls and them little things. So big up Lady Janice and people. Yeah, man. Remember, check out Lady Janice platform and give her the support, because she's there from day one, people. Yeah, man. And we're glad to see her do her thing and build her little platform. Carve out a little niche in her lane and go and do her thing. No bagger, no excitement, no back and forth, no argument. That is it. That is code, Lady Janice. So big up yourself. You know what the thing go. Reading Palace Studio says, as much as I want the JLP to remain in power, rather than having Mark Golding as Prime Minister, I think for everyone to think Andrew Holness is not corrupt, that person must be willfully blind to the truth. All right, well, Reading Palace, you know where going on. Just hit that link and check in and, yeah, man, give us the truth and the corruption of what you are insinuating. You know what the thing, manners and respect every time, Reading Palace. Private figure. Yeah, man, big up in my general. Definitely interesting reasoning. Enter we step out, I will like a reason. Always interesting, but I think tonight is strictly political, political kind of reasoning. I go on still. I get what I say. Big up to the subscribers who subscribe because of the musical reasoning. Big up to all the subscribers because them subscribe because of esoteric Sundays and other, topics that we reason on. But from day one, we have always been a diverse platform where we speak on a number of matters. You get what I say? Sometimes entertainment, sometimes politics, sometimes current affairs, social issues, all those things. So big up, manners and respect, the thing go. Yeah, greatly appreciate it. So, so tonight is really just more like a politics reasoning, so to speak, and social commentary and everything there. DJ Kango, yeah, man, manners and respect, Chef Fox, where you going with? Big up, Summer, the Gaza Queen, big up, big up. Yeah, man, Chef Fox, that is code. Wise dome, wisdom. That is it. Watch, look, and listen. Manners and respect. Gipo D. Yeah, man, big up, Lecture, where you go on, my general. Big up yourself, Ever bless. Manners and respect. King Uzziah. Big up, my general. Mr. Fabulous. Manners and respect. Only good karma. Yeah, man, respect. Owanjo want send 4 police and 20 swear to 80. What's look and listen. Listen me, I have been one to oppose that Jamaica sending police and soldiers to Haiti, because Haiti's problem is a socio-economic problem, and Haiti's problem is a result of outside meddling and outside interference. So here we go on now. The people who mash up Haiti, they should be the one to send them police and soldiers down there. And you know how that go already. You know who mash up the place already. You get what I say? Yeah, man, and who eat a big food off of Haiti during the big earthquake settings there. But when I say, at them figure down there, leave Jamaica out of this. But at the end of the day, Andrew Holness take their money, yeah, man, and agree to send soldiers over there. When the Haitians them don't tell them, say, any boots on the ground would be considered hostile forces, because at the end of the day, Haitians are able to solve their problems. Yeah, them have them corruption and thing, but really and truly, having boots on the ground is not what they need. Haiti need humanitarian people. Go over there, figure help the sick and the needy and the hungry and all those things. Haiti don't need no military and soldier over there like that. So if Jamaica send anybody, figure fight the crime over there, send humanitarians over there. Yes, let them go into the communities and help them. The same way Haiti used to help we. So I write this right there. When Jamaica did about, yeah man, Haiti never send no military come over here, so. You get me? So yeah, I was never one to agree with that, because it doesn't make any sense. He's putting a band-aid over a wound. Haiti's problem is not a military problem. It's not a security problem. Because if that was the case, in reality, Haiti's crime rate, or dirty rate would have been way higher than Jamaica. Jamaica dirty rate way higher than Haiti. You get what I say? Yeah, just have, we know say it's outside forces are meddling at the thing, and it's not Jamaica. So whoever are meddling at the thing, are them fi send them people go fix it, because them have all the money, them have all the resources. But again, I mean, Haiti is not aligned with their geopolitical interests. So I write this so that. But yeah, me not agree with no 4 police and 20 soldier going over Haiti. No. Mm-mm. Yeah, man. Remember, say barbecue them. Don't tell them already. Say any boots on the ground would be considered hostile. So I write this right there. Michael Williams, bless up, you know what thing going on. Only good karma, baby. Big up yourself, Wayne Huggins, manners and respect. Wifey style news. The Prime Minister was investigated thoroughly by imported forensic investigators. If there was anything corrupt about the Andrew Holness, they would have found it. Andrew is clean. Wife style news. Yeah, I find this, if this is to be true, that imported, which means that foreign agents came to investigate our Prime Minister, because what? Him mother, him name upon him two my mother account and one of father account, and the constituency manager, former constituency manager account. So we need to call in foreign agents to investigate our Prime Minister in a real life. So so the Integrity Commission doesn't have carte blanche to, petition the banks, right? To provide the statements, right? Going back whatever years as per the law, and have it audited. I mean, me not understand why we need to get external foreign agents to come do these things. But anyway, we're gonna be speaking on it still. So it's a very interesting conversation tonight. Master Kurt, big up yourself in anything going on. Michelle Clark, bless up. Tishima Dunkley, big up. My heart root blessings. Prudence. Gaudi said a very pleasant evening, first time on the platform. All right, welcome, Prudence, Gaudi. Greatly appreciate you being here. Please feel free to engage. We only ask that people keep it respectful. That's all. It's a platform that is open and receptive to everyone. Everyone is free to check in and share their perspective. They are free to engage in the chat, like, share, subscribe, whatever. We only ask that we keep it respectful. So that is all. Chakadi, yeah, man, big up, big up, big up. X beside the owl. Yes, sir. Yeah, man, say the owl are wisdom, my general. That's right there, let me see who else there. Quick and fast. Let's talk politics in Mr. Vegas. Big up in a Subi, manners and respect, Yeah, I would love to hear your perspective on what's going on with this Integrity Commission, Subi, in a real life, bro. Because this can't look good. What's going on, it can't look good. You get what I say? In the eyes of the world, it can't look good neither. You get what I say? So I write this right there. Let me see now. I stand firm in what I believe in on this earth, aka the realest man on YouTube, aka real man. Respect for the first super chat, my general. Yeah, man, we say manners and respect as always. Antia Francis says, Andrew, have to protect Jamaica. Do you want Jamaica to overrun with Haitians like the Bahamas? Right now, Bahamas have more Haitians than Bahamians. That is incorrect. That is propaganda. That is not true. That is a xenophobic what should I say? It's a xenophobic connotation, because what you're saying is that, oh, these Asians, just like Trump's vice president pick Vance, he said the Asians them eat all the animals them in Ohio or so somewhere like that, right? Yeah, that is xenophobic, that is racist of him to say. So yeah, man, we know they have to demean the Asians them, because the reality is that everyone has the right to life, Antia Francis. And if you were in Haiti living in certain conditions, I'm pretty sure you would say you have the right to seek asylum somewhere else. And if you end up at Jamaica, that is it. Because really and truly, the Haitians, them, when they go up on the boat, them not plan to come and know Jamaica. Yeah, they don't want to come to Jamaica. They want to go Bahamas and Florida and them place there. Right there, so yeah. They don't want to go to Jamaica. But at the end of the day, as our neighbors, I think that, and we are signatories to Geneva Conventions on Human Rights. So therefore, the Haitians must be treated with dignity and respect as well, and not as 3/5 of a human beings, as a lot of Jamaicans perceive them to be, because we are xenophobic. Same people like us, right? Same people. Yeah, man. If you check our history, we go to the same place in West Africa and things like that. But we feel like, say, oh, we must demean the Haitians. No, we must never do that. And out of ignorance, we must not do that as well, Antia Francis. There are not no more Haitians in Bahamas than Bahamians. No such thing. I am happy for you to present the evidence about that. Where's the Subi? George, I don't know if George I got show him face no idea still. Neely Rob. Yeah, man, big up, Android Doctor. Yeah, man, long time I see about the place. Big up, James Bond, where you going with? You know what the thing going on, my general. All right, people. Big up Alex Smith. You know what the thing go. Let me see who else they are there. Quick and fast there. All right, 1 second there. 1 second there, real man. 1 second, my general. All right, so people, we have some topics up for discussion. Andrew Holness. Yes, we hear that the Director of Prosecutions for the Integrity Commission recommended that the Prime Minister be charged for having his name on 2 of his mother's account and his dad's account with 11,000. Right? I think they say one of his mom's account had 300,000, one next one have must say 60,000. The dad's account had 11,000 Jamaican, and the constituency manager or former constituency manager's account had $890, something like that. But I want to go on shame and bro God in a real life, because the last time I checked, everybody PNP has said bro God a billionaire. Remember them? Remember even the spies them then, the diaspora dissident spies them, and the all them are spy by each other. Remember that they had placards saying he's a billionaire, So if Andrew is a billionaire, it's shameful on him for his father to have 11,000 in his account, right? And his mom, 300,000 with 2 accounts. You get what I say? But long story short, we're gonna be speaking on that. That's very interesting. PNP in big trouble. There's a lot going on in the PNP right now. The by-election has been announced. Mark Golding and Julian Robinson said they have renounced their, UK citizenship. It's a lot going on, a lot of back and forth going on, so we're gonna speak on it. Kamala Harris versus Trump. Yeah, man. Tonight is the debate between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Time and space permit. I want to stream it live as well, so the ones and ones can see what's going on, and we can reason on it as well. And then now we have the PNP Diaspora. Spies, are they spies? Because we hear allegations and counter allegations. Who is spying and who who has retrieved classified documents to undermine and discredit. And we see Rattigan make sure tell Herb Nelson say anyhow him release the Kraken, dog name him supper, which means that the feds are come for him and his family, and then sitting there. Some want to know what kind of secret that Mr. Rattigan hold for Herb, and is it legal for him to withhold such information that, if revealed, can be incriminating. I find that very, very interesting as a special agent in charge of one bag of places over Saudi Arabia, all about the place. You will withhold information that is valuable, based on what you're saying, to the US government and in the interest of justice. And you say, if you call up your name again, yeah, go drop it. So anyways, people, we're going to speak on that as well. Big up yourself if you're in Jamaica, the Caribbean, North, South, Central America, over Europe, beside there. Big up the English massive. Kai Hype, big up yourself anyway. Them a general. Chanel Baby British, CKP, Damia, Condom Spies, all the ones and ones, man. Gong Deem, big up yourself, you know the thing go. Success over Hype, big up. Well on. George, about the place, yeah? George, James, man, I don't think George can withstand tonight's reasoning. George will check in when him feel like say he must stand up on the rock and attack. But when him feel like say quicksand reasoning, yeah, man, I doubt him I go check in. But big up George Silman. George will watching at the bushes more time, and yeah, if somebody call him out, him step forward. So big up George. At least I rep the PNP straight up. So nothing wrong with that. You understand me? I said text 876. Big up in my general. Manners and respect in your text. Yeah, man. Respect every time in general. You see it? Let me see. Lone Star, big up yourself. Exit 9X, big up. You get me? I said Jeremy and A. Simon. Yeah, man. Big up yourself. People, remember to hit that like button. And if you want to join the panel, you are free. The link is pinned at the top. The moderators will, from time to time, drop the link in the chat. Big up to the members as well, Big up to the free thinker, Jamo, Nikki Willie, Not Your Child Corp, Only Good Karma, baby. Exit 9S, Decent Nice, Michelle Clark, Reading Palace Studio, Private Figure, Ever Blessed, Jamaica Bad Boy, Silver One, Is Addiction, Cute Browning, Beast, Black Saldia, TG Media, Vioni All, Humbleman RB, Lone Star, Sweet P, the Playback Queen, Global Life Records TV, always by the playback, Rick Livestream, DJ Congo, Moodman, Manners and Respect, and the recipients as well. Gaza Ricardo, Chef Fox, Mandela Strength, Jerome Pearson, Michael Brown. Big up on yourself. You get what me I say. All right, so real man, Wagwan. What really are going in a way? In a way good Jamaica there. With
say me have couple things where like more than really fit in light on certain type of way, maybe more privy to the understanding there in a sense. Based upon when me hear Subia utter or time out for a period of time, which makes sense, and when me do look at research on it. But when me go back and say, in other sense, that from we get independence until this day forward, according to their independence, where I don't see no form of independence at all amongst us if we still have a governor general, which is evident. Now, Mark Golden shouldn't be running for a prime minister of Jamaica in the sense based upon him father diplomatic way to the island through British. But again, if we are still controlled by the British, Mark Golden shouldn't be a problem for run for prime minister because I'm still underneath the monarch, right? In other sense there. So let me just tell me a few, let me have a better understanding in other sense there, because based upon say the GG situation, that means that we still are answer to the crown. You understand? Because go back to even the other day in regards of the DJ go back England and plus other cases that are there in the Council of Britain, and we still answer to them. Them still are passed on laws, rules, and regulation. So to me, there's no independence period. So it shouldn't be a problem if Mark Golden run underneath the same banner there. you know what I mean, to become a prime minister of the island. You get what me I say? Because to me, then it would make more sense. You understand? I think if we were a republic, maybe Mark Golding wouldn't stand. But because we're still underneath the same banner, Mark Golding supposed to can run. Not like I'm keeping for Mark Golding, because to me, honestly, I don't think I would respect him as a leader no matter what, because I just think him too soft and laid back for as far as with me can see with my two eyes. You get what me I say? So if you privy to little bit more knowledge in regards to that, could you expand upon it please and make me have a better understanding?
Well, my general, yeah, man, what I'm privy to, yeah, is public knowledge.
Yeah,
When it comes down to Jamaica, right, our style of government is a Westminster system,
yeah,
but it's also, Jamaica has its political independence,
yeah,
in the sense that the Prime Minister of England is not the Prime Minister of Jamaica. You get what
yes,
I'm saying? So, and throughout the history of Jamaica, what is funny, is that throughout the history of Jamaica, the Jamaican Assembly was formed in, I think it was 1667 there and about, right?
mm-hmm.
And Britain kind of took over Jamaica 1655 from the Spanish.
Yeah,
Long story short, Jamaica had an assembly in 1667, and that assembly ran the affairs of the country, right? So guess what going on now? A long, long time, the people in Jamaica, right, had some degree of autonomy from the crown. But the assembly was based on the wealthy, and you talk about the planters, them slave masters, them, etc., etc. That changed after the Morant Bay Rebellion. Is really after emancipation, bro, and the Morant Bay Rebellion. That was when Britain took full control over Jamaica, because during the Morant Bay Rebellion, the governor, he declared martial law. Paul Bogle and all them ones there, George William Garden, they were tried without due process, no evidence, but because martial law, yeah man, the man just dirt them, just hang them. You get what me I say?
yeah,
And when Britain heard about what transpired during the Morant Bay Rebellion, they decided to take back full control of Jamaica at that time. Long story short, in 1962, we got our political independence, which means that, yeah, man, we could elect the people, could elect their leaders, but at the end of the day,
yes,
the king is still head of state, which we are working towards severing ties. You get me? I say, or they will say severing ties. You get what me I say?
yeah,
Yeah. So the reality of things is that that is a process going on now. But right now, yeah, man, we elect with prime minister. We know so the governor general have to seal it up to the king. But yeah, we still have some degree of autonomy, which means that the laws are passed, not passed down, not from England to Jamaica, but yeah, the parliamentarians then pass the law. So yeah, we understand the whole intricacies involved in this whole politics thing, and king are still head of state and things like that. But they are on their way to yeah man, separate from the crown. With Mark Golding now, Mark Golding for one, say really and truly, some ideas, yeah, he might have some great ideas. You get what I say? But I think the route where he might carry down the PNP, yeah, he might carry them down our precipice in a real life. You get what I say? When we start
okay,
and
okay,
last Richard Curry, them and them Monday. And them are
mm.
separatists where want separate from Jamaica and want them autonomous state and say them different from we and things like that. Mark Gold and Endas, them Monday, yeah, me have a problem with that. You get what me I say? Yeah, man, me have a problem with that. Because at the end of the day, it's all about one Jamaica in terms of the whole of we are one family. So
That's what me that try to figure out in the sense,
yeah,
because I mean, from me I grew up as a youth, born and raised on the island, and I grew up, before we venture out in the world, to see others, and just to get knowledge and understanding of certain things. I always heard about the maroon, and my father, as me state more than one time on your platform, is a Rastafarian, and I remember in the 80s he used to go to a compound town, and they will hold that sovereign, to certain degrees. And I'm just saying that in regards, even upper compound towns, part of town there, where them call the Moors and the this and that to the third. me always appreciate say why these people always want to separate themselves from the regular Jamaica. Aren't we all descendants of slave? Well, some people say we are not. It's not all of them are descendants of slaves, but me just feel like saying to myself when me check back everything, because if me I look into the whole dynamics of Jamaica, I mean I would say at least 85, I would say at least 85 to 90% are black people in the sense as far as me can see. So me separate yourself from the regular black, like you would say, well, up the way you would up there, so is is different from regular Jamaica. Me can never see that still. You understand?
Right. All right. So big up to Colonel LV, right? Let me see who was there so we can bless him up quick and fast, you know.
Yeah,
Dan
man.
White. Yeah, man. Big up in a Dan White. You know the thing, go respect for the check-in. Jerome, Flajaness, big up. Big up to all the ones and ones them were there. All right. Someone was saying, we must tell them about the good ideas where Mark Golden have. Well, really and truly still in terms of foreign policy, yeah, you might have some good ideas. Domestic policy wise, even with the promoting or say saying passing laws that are less stringent so it can benefit even the Rastafarian community. We plant them weed and sell it and them something there. Yeah, I think that is a good thing, right? Bringing back Marcus Garvey. Well, not even bringing back Marcus Garvey teaching in school. Yeah, Golin suggested that as well. That's a great idea because all Jamaica need is Marcus Garvey's philosophy. Trust me. And then you'll see a different society. So that for one is a big plus in my book because I am, a disciple of Marcus Mosiah Garvey. You get what I say? So Marcus Garvey being taught in schools, yeah, he presented that. He has presented a number of things that, I tend to agree with, but unfortunately, there are a lot of things that he's doing with where I don't agree with. He has said some things where him just attack it and him not think where he must say. Case in point, talking about a diaspora member of parliament, right? And he's talking about creating a constituency where the diaspora people can vote and then you choose one of that person to be the member of parliament. That can't make no sense because that would breach our constitution. It would breach the Electoral Commission Act and all. One bag of act. I don't know why I'm even say it. People in America and in England cannot sit in our parliament. And at the end of the day, a constituency must be in Jamaica. And the people, right, should be of that constituency. So you want to create one pen paper. You get what I'm saying? While the other constituencies now are really tangible, where say people there and them something there. So I want like a pipe dream, him say, and it's more like pandering to a certain audience still. But yeah, him present some ideas that make sense, man. But yeah, him a link with all Rattigan them and them people. Yeah, where man a spy and they're sitting there who have classified information for unfold and they're sitting there. No, Mark. You're not in good company right there, sir. A number of things still. Remember with the report, right? Remember the report where we walk out of a parliament and say, why is the House Speaker hiding the report and one bag of sitting?
Yeah.
That was more like political grandstanding. So
Yeah.
Mark Golden has a tendency to do a lot of political grandstanding, but so some things where him say, yeah, man, the ideas sound good, but I think him more I put himself in some bad positions. Case in point, that dual citizenship thing, once it became known, is not something where him say him go pray over or him go talk to God about and nothing like that. You get me? I say
Yeah.
those are comments, and then there were times in my double down I say the people should decide, and if the people say whatever. So if the people them say you must keep it, is that the moral thing to do? So that argument was really a slippery slope, poor
So
argument from Mark Golden.
that was more like a flip flopping than from theme end.
Yeah, definitely. You get what I'm saying? Definitely. Well, all right, but lifestyle news. I'm just saying what Mark Golden has put forward. So, all right, if the weed thing on him, no long time Rastaman Peter
A
Tosh
fight.
no say
Yeah.
no
Yeah.
thing say legalize it. Wife style news. Me overstand the thing. What I'm saying is, Mark Golding was the one who is now advocating for that. So that's the context in which I'm referring to that. You get what I say? Yeah, all right, that's it there. So all right, so real man. So we see where them say Andrew Holness.
Yeah.
Yeah, he should have been arrested. What do you think about that now?
All right. When I look at all these accounts that they're talking about, I'm just saying to myself, why the government have like to me personally, I don't know, like me say, it sound a little bit dodgy because why would you have so much account, all over the place? I say you can't have it. It's not illegal to have an account name, mother name, father name, sister name, brother name. You know what I mean? But to me, I just think on a deeper level, I just feel like there's corruption looming there. But like you always say, your argument is we have to just go off of where the commissioner say. In a sense where we have to just go with what them say, what in the public. But in my opinion, still, I don't want to muddy the water. I just feel like corruption looms, deeply under the layers, just to put it out.
Right. So just remember saying right? Yeah, the integrity commissioner said that's Andrew Holness name depend the account them, right? Them never unequivocally state say those are his accounts.
Yes.
You get what I say?
Yes.
So there's a big difference right there. So no. And here we go now. They want to charge Andrew Holness because them say him fail to declare those accounts. But at the end of the day, if it say you must declare your accounts, right?
Yes.
Your name upon account is not your account, and you being there on your mother and father account because your mother and father say if anything should reach them, God forbid one little stroke or any little thing then drop out or whatever. Yeah, or the prime minister is the best person them see fit for actually take over their financial affairs and deal with them estate and etc. etc.
There's like a beneficiary then, in other words.
Right. Whether as a beneficiary, whether it might be somebody as a reference, a second person just in case, that happen all the time. But what I say is that the Integrity Commission, based on that director of investigation, whatever, recommendation, the Integrity Commission will have to have substantial evidence that indicates and shows and proves that Andrew Holness has been laundering money through those accounts. In order to make such recommendation to have the Prime Minister charged, they must or they shall have such incriminating evidence. Because if them not have that, them in a trouble.
Exactly.
Them in a serious trouble.
Serious trouble.
I say, big up to Ken and God, Yeah, man. Respect to the ones and ones that check in. Fitzroy Green, respect. As you step in, just drop a little like on the stream. We greatly appreciate it. I remember those who are new to the platform, if you want to join the panel, the StreamYard link is pinned at the top as well. Gaza Ricardo, that are in the Maros are your earth strong now. Big up yourself in general when it's forward. You know the thing. Big up yourself, big up Gregory as always. James Bond, if he say them people that figure out prison if them not have them incriminating evidence there, but them want to lock up Andrew Holness. Them want to charge Andrew Holness, and as a result of that, pressure would go on him to step down and things like that. So when I say James Bond, them no must have the Kraken, man. You see like how Rattigan say him have the Kraken, where if Herb call up him name, I go drop it. Yeah. Right? And say Herb I got in a trouble, feds are come for Herb and him family. Yes, man, the Integrity Commission must have substantive information.
Yes.
Proves that those accounts were used by the Prime Minister for illicit means or illicit activities. But if I just name upon them in a trouble. Got you, James, man. Let me hear what you say.
Yeah, this only make the PNP look stupid and the Integrity Commission look stupid. Because first of all, for you to bring in a foreign man to come run forensic auditing on the Prime Minister's account for $387,000, I am pretty sure you probably pay them man about $1 million to do that. Minimum. Minimum. You pay. You can't call them run from foreign and pay them $6,000. So you pay them more than that.
Well, it is alleged say it's over 5 million and upwards to 30 million.
That's what I'm saying.
They are wait to see how that goes. So got you.
Because remember, if you're bringing in an auditor from America, you're gonna get charged the American rate. So for you to do that work in Jamaica, I'm pretty sure it's not $6,000. And then when you especially for that sum of money, and then you say his name and his mother and his father account, how stupid that is. His mother and his father, if you did say him have account and his mother and father name is on the account, then you could have said something different. But basically his name is on our account. So you as you said, they didn't even make it clear that it's his, whether it's his account or not. So I don't know what's going on with this. This look, I guess we have to wait for more information because we don't want to jump the gun upon it. And
You
then
know, said
when them says three PNP, 3 JLP and 5 PNP under investigation. Where is the PNP? You know what was calling for the elusive 6 and this and that 8.
The thing with that, the thing with that still, James Bond, and media reveal that, right? And that's the reason why them even now won. And I said, boy, it's against the law for the media to be reporting on matters that has not been made to the public as per the reports. So
but so what Brogard said today, in a press conference, Brogard said there are information that the PNP actually tell them the exact date and time before this information was made public. So people in the PNP.
Yeah, I understand that. I get that part there. But what I'm saying is that that about the 5 PNP and 3 JLP and the media it forward from. So at the end of the day, me just wait for the report to see what go on with that, because we have seen a lot of shock and awe where the names call up. Remember the last time too, right? Then they call up some names and then nobody never call no name and one bag of something. So it's very ambiguous at this time. It came from the media. We have to take that with a grain of salt. But back to the Prime Minister's issue. Whereas him being on the accounts, for a director of investigation to make such recommendations, to have the Prime Minister, right? Let's say the most powerful man in the country. We understand the Governor General and him ceremonial post.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that Andrew Holness run the country, the most powerful man in the country. And you are telling me, say, we have an Integrity Commission Act that allows a government entity, which is the Integrity Commission, funded by taxpayers, Goffy, foreign agents who we don't know from Adams, right? We don't know them at FBI, we don't know them at CIA, we don't know them at NSA, we don't know, right? And there is no evidence all information will be kept in Jamaica and whatever. So we allow foreign agents to forward in and does investigate our Prime Minister, because the Integrity Commission could not ask for some bank statements and or do an audit. Tell me they couldn't audit statements.
But look at the amount of money. Call it 2,500 US. That's what it is, 2,500 US. Look at the amount of. I could understand if it was hundreds of millions and they must say, well, him name the panda account, yeah, so make we see what go on and I'm family and rare. But 2,500 US dollar? 2,500 US?
Even if 100 million was in the account and his name was on it, as long as they can prove that he use the account to whether withdraw and transfer money and things like that, then they don't have an argument. They don't have nothing to stand on. That's the reality. Because a name just being on an account don't mean I own the account. So if I have to declare my accounts, me not go declare them there for what? So it's not like the Prime Minister deliberately hid those accounts, because at the end of the day, as me say, I'm waiting on the report, right? They said they're coming back, the 17th of September Parliament from recess, whatever, 17 or 18, whatever. We're waiting on the report because anyhow, they have not presented substantial evidence with that situation to show that Andrew Holness was using those accounts to launder money. You get what I say? Yes. Then them in a trouble for even recommending that charges be laid against the Prime Minister. And me not talk about no politics here, so we are talking about when certain entities, right? Yeah, man, them feel like say them have so much power, because look at a fly-by-night Integrity Commission, right? I go investigate the Prime Minister and I go bring in outside entities, foreign agents, to come access the Prime Minister's personal information and things like that. And you
this sound like some corruption somewhere. Come on, we have a company in Bridging, we have a company overseas, and so we'll get some auditing work,
James Bond, like same thing. I just choose it might take a man where you don't know me saying I want muddy the water, but me just feel like in myself, just man, some heavy corruption there on it, surround it. Me I tell you the truth. It and you don't know what to. In all fairness, we not gonna know the truth. Cause them are gonna find a way to fix it and put on makeup on it. That's the public no know. Me I tell you. Just
Right.
watch it.
Right. I chew in a jail at, you know, so it's a valid argument that still. Yeah, man. Big up, you know, Michael Brown. Jail at Andrew Holness the first prime minister. You know, you see, that's so much corruption. Well, I mean, anyways, I just saw that go with Andrew Holness in a wally, in me and Carla only baga for you in a real life. But everybody else, the piece of him more.
But nothing has proven. That is the next part about it.
Right,
There's
right,
not
right.
one
And
thing that has
disputed,
proven
right,
it.
right. Because Jailat, you can call my name in a 1 million baga, you know, right? Yeah, and not no proof, but you can use it and say, the first man dismissing involved in so much corruption. But the reality is that, you know, anybody can draw allegations at you. That no means it is factual, and that's the problem that they are facing right now. Even that whole 5 PNP and 3 JLP, that argument is based on people just alleging that there is illicit enrichment being done by them. No evidence at all. That's the problem with the argument, James Bond. That's why I say me really wait upon the Integrity Commission report, because these 5 PNP and 3 JLP, them say no evidence has been presented. People just say, here we go on, him a criminal and him a go on with some illicit enrichment and things like that. So investigate him and whatever. That's the basis of how them come by the 5-3 there. So that's a part of the problem too.
Yeah.
No evidence has been presented.
I think we need to take a deep look into the Integrity Commission.
Facts.
I think we need to take a deep look in it and see if it's making sense, if changes need to make, because the guardrail, they are the guardrail, and you always want a guardrail. But if the guardrail lean up, and we can't have a hold on upon it, we need to take a look into it.
Right. Big up to Anna. Yeah, man. Big up to Annette Allen. Yeah, big up to all the ones and ones, you know. You know, some manners and respect. Carvel Vaughn said, just a point, Imhotep, I'm not implying anything, right? As a government worker, you must declare all accounts, whether it's yours or your name is on it. Me understand government worker. We are talking about the Prime Minister of the country. You understand me? I say, yeah, the Prime Minister of the country. Yeah, man. Just like the Governor General. Yeah, me no feel say if him name depend on account where I no fee him have to declare that. No, so we have to really compare both of them. You get what me I say?
So is he exempt from all those other stuff what we are saying, because my prime minister, so we're not supposed to know about what personal going on with him affairs in regards of money and stuff like
No,
that.
man. Remember, I said that, you know, the people them want to know your assets and you know your assets where you own the accounts them where you have.
Exactly.
I saw it goes. You right. So me I say his name and his parents' account, right? Don't mean say that's it's his account. And remember say Andrew only said us him no use them account there. His name is just on it, and I'm mother and father, and I think that is fair enough as well. Said as him named upon them, but the Integrity Commission now would have to prove to the public that he used those accounts, whether to transfer money, withdraw, or if he deposit or whatever. Yes, more and them show that now and show where money laundering go on, because to recommend charging him. Yeah, man, they must see something, man. Seriously. What going with him, Palace? What say you?
Yeah, man, there, man. Just well, we just really have some questions still. So the Integrity Commission, right? Don't they have standards and guides that they go by? Like, for example, you're pointing out that there are bars that they need to meet before they can ask for the prime minister to be charged, right? And well, you are aware of that, and I'm thinking, wouldn't they also be aware that they have to meet these standards before asking for this?
Remember, say, really and truly, you know, Mark Golin is deemed to be the architect of the Integrity Commission. You know, he has taken credit for it as well. Carvel Vaughn, No, Andrew Holness is not a government worker. Andrew Holness is the government. You get what I say? He's leader of the government. So there's a difference, my general. Yeah, somebody work a tax office and the prime minister not in the same category.
Right.
Just like, what's this now? The prime minister is exempt from prosecution in certain instances. There's no instances. You get what I say? Yeah, the prime minister can't get impeached right now. But if you slip your slide, so yeah, there's a difference in general. But what I'm saying is Reading Palace, right? When it comes on to the prime minister, and you look at the commission of inquiry, and what they were tasked to do, right? Yeah, it is very concerning right now that they are able to bring in foreign agents to investigate or to access the leader of our country's private records. You get what I'm saying? So at the end of the day too, it's baffling that parliamentarians they signed off on this law too. Because
but
the problem with bills, the problem with bills too, nobody don't really read them like that. Sometimes a 500 page or 1,000 page and then just rush it through and nobody don't read through it. So what I'm saying is that the Integrity Commission Act allows foreign agents to come into our country, access private information of our leaders, right? And then now to for investigative purposes. No. And so it figure though that's weird. But at the end of the day, still don't know how true that is. So I'm gonna reserve judgment on that.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that. Because you see, for me, listening and trying to be, listen, you have two sides and the two sides are very polarized. Last night I go up on a live and them kick me out just because but so one thing. I wasn't trolling, but I expressed one thing. And so you have two sides that are very polarized right now. And for me, I look at myself as being somebody who just really I'm trying to be objective about this, right? Objective in that I'm not really a Holness supporter, but right now, many things say Holness is supposed to move because I don't agree to have this guy Golden run our country, right? So when these topics come up, I'm trying to look at these topics not through a political lens, but really just trying to make sense of what I am hearing. And so I look at the Integrity Commission and I understand that Golden had a hand in the architecture of that organization, but I cannot operate or after put the goalpost somewhere and keep it there. And where I'd like to keep the goalpost for me is let me operate under the thinking that the Integrity Commission is operating in good faith. I'm going to just leave it right there and say, all right, I give them the benefit of the doubt that they know what they're doing and that they operated within the laws, standards, and guidance available to them.
All right, so let me ask a question, right?
Hold on. Let me just land one. So if I was to give them that benefit of the doubt, because as I said, as an objective person, you're making a very valid point that it would be very careless and irresponsible for them to ask that charges be brought against the prime minister unless there was something substantial.
Right.
And for them to even come there, my expectation is that them have to have their T's crossed, their I's dotted, and they have to be watching their P's and their Q's. So I forgive them that because that allow me to stand objectively so that if them wrong or if them lying, I'm going to be one of them who say, yeah, go at them. So I forgive them that. I forgive them that like right now at face value that the system worked and they did what they were supposed to do.
Right. All right. I'm going to share this video quick and fast. So just give me a second. All right, Reading Palace? Just have some context. Let me just share this.
The PNP has been demanding that Parliament be convened to table the IC report. What is your response to that? And also, how concerned are you about the documents being leaked days after it was sent to key stakeholders in the Parliament? Thank you.
My response is that as soon as it is possible, as soon as Parliament is convened, the date set for the convening of Parliament was the 17th. So as soon as that date is there, I'm certain the report will be tabled, and I'm eagerly looking forward to it being tabled. I'm concerned about leaks, very much so. Concerned to the point where members of the opposition would say with definitive certainty when the report was going to be tabled and what was the content of the report. I am very concerned. And that was even before the report reached Parliament.
Mr. Holness, the PNP has been demanding that.
All right. So, yeah, man. You know the thing, got people. That is just to add some context to it, right?
Yeah, man.
So the
Yeah,
ones
someone-
and ones
alright.
can definitely hear what I go on. 1 second, the Reading Palace. Big up to Fitzroy Morgan in the building as well, you know. Manners and respect. Cute Browning, big up, you know, where you going with? Sadu Barry. Yeah, big up, you know, Sadu Barry. Ricky Tan. Yeah, man, big up, big up. All right, so Andrew Owens said, boy, the Integrity Commission report has been leaked. There's conversation about it being leaked. All the things that talk about it, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember who are the persons that the report was sent to recently?
No, I.
All right, so it was sent to the House Speaker, right?
Mm-hmm.
The leader of the Senate, I think that's Tom Tavares Finson, right? So that's Juliet Holness and the Deputy House Speaker, Hero Clark, and the clerk of the House. I think the clerk of the House, 4 of them. So something like that, right?
Yeah.
Good. And then now, lo and behold, the media are run with one bag of things. Because remember, you know, my general, all the way we are talking about, you know, where we hear the media, you know, we don't hear the official report, and we can say, oh, that's in the report and that is there, you know. And the media, and guess what going on now? You know when the leaks go on already, you know. You get what me I say? Because the media then get the leaks. So what's
Right.
this now? Are we to assume that the 4 people who got it leak it? Listen, based on the logic or based on deductive reasoning, yeah, I wouldn't see any reason for them to leak that, especially when the house, you know, is on like a recess or whatever, a break or whatever. But the media, remember, say nationwide, they make a bag of talk, you know, observer make a bag of talk to, you know. So I'm just saying somebody's leaking it, but you know, look like it's from them 4 people, you know, like Hero Clark and Juliet Holness and Tom Tavares Finson and the newly appointed clerk of the court, whatever. I think that's I think are the 4 people that.
Right.
You get what me I say?
Yeah.
Big up, you know, DeAndre man and the building. Right. So what I'm saying is that how is it that these people, what laws are in place to mitigate against like leaks like this, where them know say once you know about leak these things, listen me, this type of information of this magnitude, there should be laws in place where you go on any leaking of this information, you know, so here what? Yeah, man, investigation and you got a prison right away, like Chelsea man in them and them people. You say you have to deal with them more time in terms of people who are leak things to the media, because it can be a problem, a serious problem. Because right now, the media is in a frenzy. We are having this conversation, and in reality, we don't really know what's in the report for a fact. You get what I says?
Right.
We see the media throw out the red herring out there, and we are watch what go on, and based on where them are set, because even the whole uproar about the prime minister's being on his mother and father account, I will spot where did that information come from? The report or the media?
The media.
Right. Yes. We really have to be tactical even with where we really see a go on, but we know say here we go on with the media now. You see, if it not go so, it nearly go so. When you see something of this magnitude and them say leak and things like that, yeah, man, you know say trouble there. Loving one. Yeah, you can unmute your mic. Let me hear what you said.
Good evening, Sir Tep. Good evening to the rest of the
Yes, sir.
panel and
Good
those who
evening.
are participating, to everyone. Um, I premise my contribution this evening by saying, you know, I do appreciate your platform, and my reason for saying so is that you're one of them hosts that we can disagree without being disagreeable, meaning you allow views to content. Understand? So let me just preface that by saying, and my reason for doing that is that last night I was on another live, and what I find is that the host, you're expecting people to be open, where we can reason, where all views can contend. But if you don't agree with what they're saying, then you are labeled as green or orange or whatever. We want to have a space where we can reason maturely. You understand, where it's not has to be what you think, but if I bring my opinion and you bring yours, let us come to a consensus. Let us find a common ground where we can see each other for what it is. And so, in saying that, I will move to your topic that you have tonight. One of the things you're noticing in Jamaica, we will be thinking that as a nation we will be maturing politically, but I realize that we are really not, because it's like the environment is still that same gutter mentality where we throw mud at each other. Even if it's just a rumor, we run with it like it is true. And one thing about lie, as I've heard you said on your platform several times, it moves faster than the truth. Because the truth always be coming behind the lie. And the lie would have made such an impact that it's so hard for the truth to be accepted. And that is what we are seeing happening here. Now, for the Integrity Commission, which is a creature of Parliament, it operates on a certain principle. So this integrity report that we have been waiting on, now that we are hearing so much speculation about and what it contains and what it doesn't contain. So it has been submitted to Parliament for tabling. So up until that point, how is it? And that gives the question you're asking. Who has the authority except the Parliament to reveal what is in the report to the public? But here we have bits and pieces nationwide. I think is the first we hear it from, and I mean, Mr. Cliff Hughes was the one who brought forth about this bank. Mr. Holness' name was found on 4 bank accounts, and that was one of the reasons why his thingam was being held up. So now here we are. The leaking starts. People still running around with innuendos, and what it does, it is creating this. It is feeding into this frenzy, where we realize that the Jamaica populace has become so gullible that they just want to hear something. They don't stop to think about what they hear. They don't stop to examine what they hear. They just run with it, and they just spread all these false rumor, these assassination of people's character, be it a politician or whoever. And when you speak like this, people say you are green. But no, there's a principle, my friend, that we need to establish. What you would not like for yourself, don't give it to another person. Because I guarantee you that most of the Jamaicans that are spewing out all of this vitriol against the leader of the country, if that was their family member or somebody they are close to, their approach would be different.
Right.
Jamaica, stop for a while and
Right.
just think before you speak. Thank you.
Right. And that's the reason why this platform sometimes can be one of the toughest environment to be in, because I have always implored, the panelists to at least display some emotional intelligence. We're not here to agree on everything, and we don't have to sing from the same hymn book. But at the same time, it's about the information. Now, when you look at the media, what the media has said so far, I'm just, so me not to do the prior settings like you, but me I say, I am just affirming it to be true. Everything where Cliff Hughes them I say in the media and where the Jamaica Observer print, I am affirming it to be true because if it is true, then they are in trouble. They are in breach of the Integrity Commission Act, and as such, sanctions has to be laid on them by the Broadcasting Commission and whoever regulate the media. So me I watch and see how that one they go, because too often we see media houses who are being influenced or who are acting on certain agendas as well. Because the reality is that putting out all of these things without the official report while Parliament is on recess, yeah, I think it is counterproductive, and it is geared to engender mass hysteria as well. Because here are we and here are people speaking on something that has not officially been revealed, right? And at the end of the day, media houses say them a leak this, them a leak that. And I'm just hoping and praying that whatever was said about the Prime Minister situation is true. And I listen me, based on deductive reasoning and based on what the Director of Investigation recommended and what the other legal mind, right? She used precedents and overrule him and make him know, say no. You get what me I say? Yeah. Based on everything when me hear so far, me not think the media can make up that. So me just want it to be true, because they will be guilty of breaching the Integrity Commission Act. And then now we are going to see how it will go with them as well, because the reality is that they should allow Parliament to deal with it. And it's not a popcorn politics we are doing, our TikTok thing where we so anxious, right? Yeah, from last week, it has been sent. This time, our 3-4 people named on it. The Deputy Speaker of the House now, he has gotten a copy, right? Yeah. So the reality of things is that it was sent from last week, right? Okay, cool. Why? All right. Since I sent it last week, went in a recess. Why then couldn't wait until when Parliament reconvened to send it? You send something now, and 2 weeks time. 2 weeks time, because I sent from last week, brother. And we have to sit down and wait 2 weeks to actually find out what really are going on in the contents of it. And media house have quote unquote leaked this and leaked that. So even the timing of its release to me is a bit weird. It's weird, because here we go now. Once it is sent, it is sitting there for 2 weeks now. But when by the time them convene on the 17th, that 2 weeks, that pretty much. Nikki Willie, bless up, invest. Big up yourself, So I'm just saying, my general, big up to Syrup Music. Why them couldn't just wait until Parliament reconvene? You get what I say? As a matter of fact, let us pray, say, them don't get lost. Even though them say them have copies and them send hard drive with this and to who and who. But if them on recess and then send them gonna God knows or wherever, yeah, man, let's pray and hope say them not get lost, because really and truly, Parliament they on recess, and a report of that nature and magnitude, you are send that knowing say that I go sit down pan them desk so on 14, 13 days or so. Just sitting there. That don't make no sense to me, loving one. I don't know what you think about that, my general.
In response to that, one has that begs motives are questioned, and not only that too. We like to talk about a free press, but where there's freedom and there's no responsibility for freedom, then that creates chaos and anarchy in any nation. A free press must be a responsible press. We know, yes, the sensationalism is what sells, and others are trying to outdo the other. But in doing so, it must be responsible. It can't be that you are pushing one agenda, and that is what we are noticing with so-called media of today. They tend to push the narrative that will get them the most attention, the most listeners, or the most views. And the same thing in a lesser extent to social media. Because if you are not aware of certain things and you don't sift through things, what you hear on social media, you think that it is gospel.
Right.
But then whenever you do when you go in depth to what a lot of these things that they are saying, you realize that it is irresponsibility. I mean, it's like you just slander people here, left, right, and center, without any repercussion. And the other day, I think we had the same discussion on your program where they was talking about censoring social media vloggers, and we're all up in arms about this or about that. But for me, it comes down to the point: if you're not going to be responsible when you're given the privilege of having a platform like this, then action must be taken against you. Because one of the things, when you throw the mud, it might not stick, but it will always spot. And sometimes the spot takes a longer time to deal with than if the mud itself had stick. So we have to be people have to be held responsible for their actions.
Right? But the
Thank you.
problem is, Jimmy, in general, if you notice, and me soon get the mic to them palace. At least the vloggers them will deal with some shock and some shock value, sensationalism thing, because it's all about the views and the likes, and that help them, right? We're talking about accredited media houses, right? That are registered and have to adhere to broadcasting commissions, rules and regulations and things like that. They are leaking out the Integrity Commission report, which goes against the act itself. So they are committing a crime, right? If what they are saying about the Prime Minister and the other 5 PNP and 3 JLP and everything else where them out there talk about in the report, the leak report and whatever, anything that is true where them say, them are going in a trouble. That's the reality as well. So, and it goes to show that media houses, Jamaica YouTube always say it, say media houses not really there to deal with the facts of the matter, because the reality is that Jamaican journalism, yeah, it is very tribal. We don't have no investigative journalism anymore. Well, we never really have like that still. You get me? I say, but I'm just saying, because everybody afraid, people afraid of who and afraid of who and afraid of people, because they know Jamaica got to work, right? But long story short, though, when you look at the media houses putting out these information without Parliament even convening and presenting it officially to the public, so we can know, say, yeah, Parliament say A, so A it is, and the report is there, so we can say yes. Right now, everything that we are speaking on pretty much is based on what the media say, and not we can't absolutely say it's in the report. So them really carry it down a rabbit hole where, and it's speculation as well, and with the Prime Minister name being on accounts. I honestly don't understand. What's this now? For the Prime Minister to declare where him have. That's the purpose of this thing, right? For persons to declare where them have and declare them assets, right? So my name depends on somebody account. That means I must declare it as an asset. No, that don't make no sense. So the reality is that I'm sorry. The reality is that, all right, if the Prime Minister said, boy, all right, him never declared because him not use the account and of him account them, right? That would be a valid reason, because them want to know your declarations and where you have and where you are doing things like that. That would make sense to me. So Andrew Holness name the pan mother and father account have 11,000 Jamaican dollar, not even 100 US good. The father of the Prime Minister. But there's a key thing again as well. At the media we are hear this from, and at the end of the day, we don't know if the Integrity Commission has proof. If you say, boy, here we go on. See Andrew Holness lad some money there, so. See him withdraw some money there, so. Yeah, man. See him lads money there, so. See money wire there, so. Yeah, man. That's from Andrew Holness account and whatever. Me, I wait for the report to see what it I gonna say. But if based on what is in the media right now is true, they are in serious trouble. The Integrity Commission is in serious trouble. More life, big up. Serious trouble. Neely Rob, big up. They are in serious trouble. Loving one, because what I'm saying is that to recommend charges against the Prime Minister, yeah, you must have the slam dunk. You have to, not true.
Yeah, because I mean, because all right, you're going to bring charge against him for not declaring And I concur with you, because a lot of people have people on their account that the people themselves might not be aware that their names are on account. And it is just common sense, in terms of, if what they're saying is true, let us say what they're saying is true, that his name is on his mother account, father account, the
Yeah.
constituency,
The
some
constituency,
person.
farmer manager, yeah, the manager, whatever account.
Right,
Yeah.
right. So if that is true, his name is on the account. Was he the one who opened these accounts? And I think, let me just simplify it. A simple investigation would have proven whether these are his account, and if and what activity has been taking place in these on these accounts.
Right.
If there's
Happy
nothing
you said
happening,
that.
if these accounts are just there and nothing going on, why are you holding him accountable for that?
Yeah, I'm happy you said that, the operative word. A simple investigation. Makes sense, entertainment, big up, Let me tell you why I'm happy you said that word, a simple investigation. Because watch this now. Me not think that taxpayers, based on where we hear a leak. So there's a reason based on where the media leak out, right? And we're out there leak all about the place, right? So taxpayers are paying, right, foreign agent for forward and investigate our prime minister to find out if the money is. That don't make no sense.
So it's a penny wise, it's a penny wise, pound foolish decision. If it is true, and the operative word there is if it is true, because you're gonna bring in people, you gotta pay to house them, plus you gotta pay them for their services. For what? For less than 2,500 US, you're gonna, how many 100,000 US or million US you're gonna pay
But
for all
but
of
the
the
thing is,
samples.
loving one, a simple check, even a basic check could improve who open the account and who own the account and who use the account. Right? A simple statement would have revealed all of that too. Not true. So me not really understand why we are paying them millions there for some people who don't even know them a CIA or NSA or feds or whatever come down here, right? For come quote unquote access sensitive information, or yeah, information that is controlled in the sense, whereas a private, at the prime minister, personal information that. You get what I say? Me not feel say no outsiders need to be called in just for something like that. Hold on. Andrew Holness name depend on some bank accounts. And we need to call in. Hold on. I remember saying Jamaican dollars. I have a US dollar where them can say, all right, cool, them use it and do US transactions. So right? Jamaican dollars. But what is also funny is that when the media reported on it, the media said that at the time of the investigation, that was the monies in the accounts. So saying the media clearly frame them word carefully. You get what I say?
They're implying, yeah,
Because
they're
if the director
implying.
of if the director of investigation recommend such charge, no, him have to have, right? Him have to have what? Slam dunk, him have to have the proof for sure say the prime minister was engaged in criminal activities with those accounts and money laundering and things like that. Not just by omission when it can be validated. No. That can't look good. Oh, that will look good, loving one. I don't know if Reading Palace wants to say a thing, All right, look like Reading Palace good. All right, got you,
Yeah, man.
man, loving one.
Yeah. So based on what they are throwing out there in the public, it is said that because he did, the reason why the charges were brought against the prime minister, because he had failed to declare these accounts, implying that there are his personal account, which I mean, if it's what it is saying, it's not his account. He's just on it, because I don't know if he's the only child for his mother, the only son, because I don't know all of that detail. But let's say he's his mother's only son, and the parents choose to put the son on the account, which would be a natural thing for parents to do. So I mean, it's not making any sense.
Well, what I know for sure is that when it comes on to the recommendations according to where we hear in the media and where I leak, yeah man, the prime minister name depend him mother and father accounts, right? And him say him no use them account there, right? Yeah, him name this depend it, and that would be natural too. Any court you go, and a judge look upon this and say, but hold on, Andrew Holness mother and father. Of course, 100%. They know him then trust. Who else them I got trust? They might lead the country, right? So, what is wrong with his name being on it? Does he own the account? No. Can you prove that he has used it for transactions and money has been funneled through? All right, present that to us and make us see what I go on. But his name just being on those accounts, those are not his. And part of this thing is to declare where you have. It's all about where you have, it's not where nobody else have. Right? You declare your assets and where you have. So don't tell the people them say, them hold up Andrew Holness thing for over 3 years or so long just for this, Because I hope and pray for something else in a loving one. Because it cannot be this, This cannot be the reason why them hold up the prime minister's declarations for 3 years or so. Rick Storm, bless up for the super chat, my general. Him say, up my general, heal the eye them. Yeah, man, respect Rick Storm, manners and respect. And we say, you know it go. Respect for the support. So I'm just saying, loving one. Don't tell the people them say, at this, make on the wall up the prime minister thing. Me just hope and a prayer said this is not it.
Sir, Tep, one of the things we as a people we have to grow up, man. We have to mature. Yes, we understand that politics is a blood sport, cutthroat dog eat dog world. But when you're doing these things, it's not just the prime minister alone, but you're putting the whole nation. The whole nation is on show. You understand? And at the prime minister, we understand the person who at this time the people of the country choose to be the leader is a public figure. He's not above scrutiny. He's not above none of those things. But please, when we are doing these things, man, come with the fact. Leave out the innuendos. Because what we must understand, an allegation is not evidence. It's after investigating the allegation and it is proven to be factual, then it becomes evidence. So please we need to get away from that type, practicing that type of politics, man. When are we gonna grow up politically?
Right. Well said, James Bond. Me just open a prayer say, I know this. Then use and hold up the prime minister for almost 3 years and have him, people are look at him with scorn, Me just hope say them have them SSP, to them chest, when the report they drop, because this cannot be it, This cannot be it. We hold up the prime minister few months, years and cloud a hang over him head and them sitting there. No. So me just wait for the report. So I write this on me there. So I don't know if you want to say a thing, James, man, about it.
As I said, I hope so neither, because this will be so embarrassing. This will be very embarrassing to the Integrity Commission. This will be very embarrassing for you to go up to foreign agency to come the forensic auditing. No, sir. For this, no, brother. So I hope so too.
All
For
this
our
need
sake.
a bank statement. All you need a bank statement.
One bank statement they can get for free.
One bank statement are the first. If whatever time you want go back, yeah, man, you have the law where you can request it. Fine, you request it. Go back 3-4 years. I want to go through and see where Andrew wants deposit and withdraw and transfer and whatever. Yes, so you can say yes, this is where he's using this account. Yeah.
Yo, Emotep.
Yeah, man.
All right. What you guys are saying makes a lot of sense, right? But I'm thinking about this thing like a little bit more above and beyond. You guys are thinking about this like a simple bank account and simple transaction with simple average citizens. But when you have people that are of influence and that are well connected, they can get monies to move through the banks in various ways undetected. That's the reason why you would want to bring in a forensic team to do the electronic tracking, to tracing, right? So until we know the full detail of what the Integrity Commission investigated and what they found, I believe we should reserve a lot of the opinions that we have. You guys
Yeah,
are
man,
making
yeah,
valid
man,
points.
I
You know,
agree.
if we're dealing
Loving
with
one,
average, like,
I understand
No,
what you're
no,
saying. No,
hold on, James, man. I know loving one. I reading palace, but reading palace. Remember, we done say it earlier. Say, you know, based on where we are reasonable, our them say a leaking in the media. So that's fine. Me, I wait upon the report. But what's this now? We reading palace. You are telling me that because them say Andrew Holness name on the mother and father account, them have to run to a foreign agent right away to come investigate to find out if it's true or false. Or if
no,
it
no,
goes or it no goes so. What
no,
I'm
no.
saying is when them see the names on the account, it is not difficult for them to know whose account it is. And you can't just approach and say, oh, corruption might be there, so therefore we have to call in forensics and whatever. Before establishing whose account it is, that are the basics, you know. I remember, you know, when you're calling them and there is weird, is in times when you suspect something to be very fishy or whatever. Big up to Gray in the building, you know what thing going on.
All right.
All right.
So,
Got you in for this, and then we're gonna make
yeah, so watch it. So watch
lifestyle
it.
news.
So watch it now. So watch it now, because I don't want to come across like say I'm against Holness or the JLP, because I am not, right? I actually prefer for the JLP and Holness to remain in control of Jamaica. I don't trust Golden. I don't want him to be our prime minister. But I believe that if we look at these matters too simple, we might miss certain things that can become critical later on. I believe Andrew Holness, and I notice I'm saying I believe Andrew Holness is up against a force, and that force is intending to to bring him down in flames and have his own party, the parliament, you know, controlled by the JLP. Put them in a position where they're going to have to decide if they're going to sacrifice the prime minister, make him step down, and even potentially face charges, whether the charges are valid or not, or look like what, you know, for example, happened to Bruce Golden when he pretty much stuck his neck out, right? So it's possible that the JLP are being put in a position where they're going to be playing the role of Bruce Golden and Holness playing the role of the other guy. That's how this looked to me, because for the foreign team to be coming in,
right?
So it means that there's an external force or entity involved. Somebody is going through, you know, our organization, our entity is going through an awful lot, are making an awful lot of effort to go after the prime minister. And if you couple that with certain events that took place in Washington recently with this other group of people who are trying to destabilize the country, then there might be some other things that are at play here that we don't, you know. When I'm speculating, you don't want to muddy the water, but
I read Muddy Waters that I'm reading Palace. Yeah, I read Muddy Waters that still, but that's why I watch this now, man. We can still stay over the practical lane and we can reason it out same way, because watch this now. The mere fact say that you are recommending charges, right? Yeah, when you cannot prove that what was done was criminal in nature. Wife styles, I don't know why you check out, you know. Yeah, you know it go. Are you that get the mics? Anyways, I saw it go. All right, so my point is, my general. What they did with the prime minister's thing, right? In terms of the media leak, this and leak that and whatever. And we just speak from what is being leaked in the media, right? The prime minister's name being on accounts does not equate to any criminal acts unless it can be substantiated. So they would have to have that evidence to say, yeah, man, see Andrew wants a launder money to these accounts and then present the evidence. But if them are gonna send for your foreign agent to come investigate the prime minister and access private information because him named upon him mother and father account.
Yeah, and
this serious cause of concern. 1 second reading Palace, because I want to make wife style news say a quick thing, and then you know the thing go. You can unmute your mic, wife style news. Yeah, let us hear your perspective. And reading Palace, anybody free express their political position as well, because nothing wrong with that. Me no feel say, you know, nobody must feel uncomfortable if you say, yo, a PNP me support or a JLP me support or me neutral or whatever. Me feel say people should be free to say it without fear of any backlash. Got you lifestyle news. I can unmute your mic and let me hear what you say.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah, man, bless up.
The first thing that I want to kind of zone in on is I see some people asking like questions about the Integrity Commission itself and like why are they, remember, this is a body that was set up in order to find out, if corruption is going on, to, people, if people are declaring their assets, if people are laundering money, if people are reporting everything that they are supposed to report and things like that. All right. So Andrew Holness, as the Prime Minister, ought to report everything that he has or he knows that he has, right? Um, he, he, he would naturally declare, his regular bank accounts, vehicles, property, stuff like that. That's going to be off the bat. These are the things that you declare. But let us say his mom, his dad, open an account from he was a boy. It could be, it's possible, because they didn't say when these accounts were opened or anything like that. And naturally, as all parents do, they add their kids' name to their accounts. That's natural. That's something that everybody does. So it's there. He has no idea that that is there, right? Based on what the Integrity Commission requires, if he knows about these accounts and know that his name is on them, then he ought to say, you know what, there's an account here that my name is on. I did not put the money in there, but my name is there. So, in the event of anything, the money would be mine, right? So that is the basis on which he should have declared it on if he knew about it. But based on what he said, and these are all speculations, because as everybody have been saying, this is just the information that is out there, leaked information. So we are just assuming that this is true, right? Because it doesn't have to be, or it doesn't have to be the full story. But we'll know what that is when the time comes. So basically, that is that. Parents put your name on something, you might not know about it. It's there because if you have a child, Imhotep, you have their name on the thing, on your accounts right now. Let us say in the future your child becomes a prime minister and has to declare assets. That child might not put that in their declaration because they didn't know about it.
Right, and the problem is, I'm sorry to cut your wisdom. The problem is,
That's right.
right, it's all about declaring your assets, right? And guess what, go on now?
Mhm.
Your name being on a bank account is not your assets. It doesn't mean it's your assets, right?
Well,
So that's the reality of things.
technically, it is not.
Right.
Technically, it is not. But it since your name is there, um, it means that in the event, in certain event, if they die or something like
Mhm.
that, you will have access,
Yeah, but
right?
that is in that eventuality. So legally,
Hmm.
legally, Andrew Honest does not own those accounts, right?
No,
As
it
long
doesn't.
as the only way they can validate their argument is to prove that he has used the account to withdraw and to deposit and transfer and things like that.
And stuff like that.
Yeah.
And also another thing that I need to say, all right, they might have seen those accounts, they flagged them because obviously his name is there. So they flagged them in order to carry out their investigation, right? That is their duty. Somebody call in or write in to say, I believe that the prime minister is not declaring everything. I think that maybe he is doing, putting stuff through his mom's accounts or through other accounts. Please investigate this. It is a duty of the IC to investigate it.
Correct.
They have to do it. Even if they think it's foolishness, they have to do it.
Right.
It's
And
not.
I agree
It's
with
not
that.
a matter of off the bat thing. They have to do it. Right.
And
That
I
is their
agree with that.
duty.
But the problem is, it's the recommendation, right?
Yeah.
It's not what the media say,
Yes.
right? The recommendation of charging the prime minister for
To prosecute him.
having
All right.
his name on his mother and
Mhm.
father account when a feed them account. That is problematic.
Oh, I look at that.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
No. Oh, I look at that.
Yeah.
Oh, I look at
One-
that.
one- yeah.
This is next step. The IC is done with their investigation, and now they're passing it on to the prosecutor to decide what to do from there. That's how I look at it.
Yeah, and I think that is in my view, that is a correct analysis. As you said, the IC they are an investigative entity.
Body.
They did the investigation. They collected
Right.
the evidence, and
Mhm.
they recommend.
And now they're passing it right to the
But
prosecution to do what they're to do. Yes, I
But here's
understand that they said, "Hey, I am recommending that he be charged," but maybe that's the next step. We don't know
But based on what we
the
heard,
rules
based
of the
on what
IC,
we
you
heard,
know.
based on what we
But-
heard, that was quote unquote leaked though. That argument was thrown out the window with case law. So what's her name again? James Bond. You know her name there? The lady that
Kamal.
said no. What's her name? The lady in the Integrity Commission, man, that says no. You
Oh,
can't,
the IC lady. Oh,
yeah, you can't prosecute him, and she referred to case law, and she said you have to prove that he deliberately did it, and there's evidence proof as to why he would want to hide it and things like that.
Yeah.
Kamika, right?
Yes,
Basically what she's saying, there's no case to prosecute him because there's no evidence.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
right.
Imhotep. But the question is, in its position as investigator or investigative body, can the Integrity Commission make a recommendation for charges to be brought? And
of course,
based on
Yes.
the evidence, yes, based on the evidence that they have in front of them, that they looked at, they made
They made their
decision.
recommendation
And
because they are
remember-
not prosecutors.
But remember,
They are not prosecutors. They can't do that part.
Yeah, but remember what Kamika did though, because clearly, if evidence was presented to Kamika could not be saying what she's saying.
She could.
Right?
Yeah, but
She
No.
She
She could not. Hold on, no.
She
Remember,
could.
no.
Imhotep.
No,
Imhotep.
hold on, man. Hold on,
She
Reading
could.
Palace, man. Reading Palace. Hold on, no. This Amanya, the director of investigation, is recommending to Kamika that the prime minister, the most powerful man in the country, should be charged. So you expect Kamika now to see the overwhelming evidence, right? That would validate his argument and try to use case law against it. No, that don't make no sense with him, Palace. It wouldn't make no sense. What we are saying is that, well, what I'm reading, Palace, we are talking out there. We're not going to speculate now. What we are saying is that she presented to him the case law, and him couldn't push back because at the end of the day, him wouldn't have to prove say the prime minister deliberately did it and for corrupt ways. You get me? I say, one second, let me make Subi say a thing there because I know say, him there on the road and thing. You see it, so I'm not gonna stay too long. Go to Subi.
No, man, go on, talk to the brother.
All right,
man.
cool. I'm just saying something of this magnitude. Yeah, man, him can't present the overwhelming evidence to her, and she would resort to case law and things like that. No.
But even from a prosecutor refer you to a case law now, they're basically showing us that based on this case, we cannot
You
prosecute
can't
him.
prosecute, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so when you refer to a case law, you really don't have a case.
You have to go
Uh,
use that and tie in
exactly.
everything in order to have an argument.
I remember when police bring charges against you, police job is not really to prosecute, When the police
Right.
carry the case to the prosecutor, and the prosecutor get in the nitty-gritty of the case and say,
Mhm.
well, based on this and that, there's no case here, really and
Right.
truly. So if them can recommend, but if you bring it to the prosecutor and them
Right.
say and them point to an actual case law, you really don't
Right.
have a case. You have to
Right.
just you can't push back either.
Right.
Mm.
Bless up in
And
Kenny.
that is the purpose.
I'm sorry. 1 second there. Bless up Kenny Marshall. Yeah, man as I respect. I ask who leak the document. Right now, my general, the whole of they are speculate like you. So we can't absolutely say nothing. We just know so the media run with some things. The report has been sent. Parliament in a recess. One next what? Let's say what one next say 9 days, 8 days, right? No, to the 10th. Yeah, let's say next week. You get what me I say? Yeah, let's say next week or so. Yeah, by next week, probably Wednesday, them I go reconvene. But the reality is that the report was sent. That for me was a bit weird too. Or you send a report at a time when the parliament upon recess fee cobweb for take up them report there and dust and the person who clean out the office might wipe it off and it bunks on the ground until it reaches the garbage bin. Right? When me I say is that you send them report there when everybody fully active, not when parliament upon recess. So that to me are gonna be a weird thing for me. Anyway, the whole way
No, but
can
remember, sending of a
not
report is remember, sending of a report is somebody send it to a group of people to table it. So Parliament being on recess won't stop the report from going.
no, I know that, but what I'm saying is that then they came out. Remember last week they came out and they spoke on it that the report has been sent to Parliament. So what me I say is that
They could have waited.
that report
They
was
could have waited, I must say.
very, very, very interesting to everybody. Everybody are waiting for that report they drop. Because members say from day one, speculation and clouds have been hanging over the Prime Minister head. He says our 3 years now, or soon 3 years now, since he's not certified. So everybody are waiting for that report there. So what me I say is that drop it when Parliament fully active, not for it to go sit down and wait and media and leak this and speculation and things like that either. So what I'm saying is timing of dropping it, to have it sit there so people can throw the red herring out and stuff like that. Yeah, me feel said that is a bit problematic for me still. Got you loving one.
Yeah, man. Thanks. Let me just commend the panel on their maturity in which they are taking the discussion. Nobody's talking over anybody, but giving everybody a chance to talk and to listen, and that is how we can reason things out. All right. So one of the requirement of the Integrity Commission is that parliamentarians, who are basically civil servants, need to declare their assets. If my name is on my parents' bank account, I did not open that bank account, how does it become a part of my asset to declare?
No, it can't be.
Yeah,
Legally, it can't.
Yeah.
It cannot. Legally, it cannot be. You get what I'm saying? It cannot be. Especially if you were just added as a beneficiary or someone who you want to say take the account just in case of an emergency. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, man. If I'm not able to access the account, this is the person I would like to act on my behalf, so to speak. You get what I say? All right, that's right there. So here we go now. Legally, it's not your account, so you cannot declare it because it's not yours. You declare what is yours, not because you named upon something. So that's really the problem right there, so.
Hello?
Yeah, Subi, where you going?
Yeah, man. Give thanks.
Yeah, bless you.
Give thanks.
Big up,
So,
man.
so I don't really catch a whole lot of the reasoning still, but based on what me just gather from where you talk about still. I think there's a lot of things here. There are a lot of things here that needs to be deciphered. And things that should not happen again. Especially the way in which people can use information or to misinform the public or to score political points or to cause mischief. I think there are so many things to come off this report, and I think the timing is kind of off too. I don't know why the timing was so close to the PMP conference. I don't know if there's anything to read too much into that. Um, I don't understand why the report could not be sent closer to Parliament. People getting back into Parliament, having a report out there 10 days before Parliament resumes. I think it's not sitting well with me, and it leaves room for a lot of leaking and a lot of misinformation, to proliferate through the space. So that is what's going to happen, because if this gets into people's hand, um, and especially the fact that the prime minister was accused of being corrupted and a thief and all these manner of things and hiding things and robbing up money and all of these things. If this get into people's hands, I know it got into the deputy speaker, and it got into the speaker of the house, and so forth and so on. Of course, you're going to have leaks, because it's politics. People are not going to sit on disinformation, yeah, knowing that the PMP is well going to go into the PMP conference, beating the same drum, using the same argument about illicit six, PMP, Prime Minister Statutory Declaration, and all that stuff. That was going to be the one of the main talking points of the conference. We know Mark Golding has been riding this horse for months, talking about the PMP Statutory Declaration. We were there in Washington. We have seen in New York. We have seen all over the country, all over the U.S., Canada, where this was the main point of the crime task force, anti-crime task force gang. So this report
It means
coming
spies,
out,
not gang,
yeah,
spies.
right, the dissidents. So this report coming out before the PMP conference. Come on, do you think people was gonna sit on this, especially if it is anything, if it is close to anything that we have learned so far? You believe people are just gonna sit on the prime minister being exonerated? No, they were not gonna do that. Who would? Somebody was going to leak it. So I think that the Integrity Commission putting out the report before the PMP conference, I think that was bad timing. I think it will work in it against the People's National Party, um, especially if they're still going to go there and speak about statutory declaration and elicit this and elicit that. Because now we see the Jamaica Observer saying 5 PMP um, 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 members and 2 top-ranking PMP members, have some questions to answer.
Right, but
So,
the thing is though, based on that report, that they said as no evidence was provided. It's more as people putting allegations against them, and they said no evidence was provided. But two things, right? Two things here. Um, one, the report being submitted now, I don't think it would really influence the PNP's conference. Let me tell you why. Because them now, hold on, the conference is this Sunday, right, Subi?
It's a
yeah,
week
man,
long, man. It's a week long, man. It starts from Sunday gone.
the
It
conference is this
commence on
Sunday.
Sunday coming.
Right, yeah,
But,
yeah,
but
this Sunday, right. So I'm just saying, and they actually I got to be back in Parliament the 17th, which is like next Wednesday.
right,
So yeah, they're not about next Wednesday or so, right? So what I'm saying is that the reality is that the information within that report is not made public yet. Now, the problem is with the media, as I said earlier, I'm praying that it is true, because if it is true, what is being leaked out here, then the media houses are in breach of the Integrity Commission Act as well. And we want to see how them are going to deal with that. So, me just wait for all the way we are talking about, the way we see leak is true. And then we see what the repercussions are
listen,
going to be.
listen, listen. I think there are some problems for the PNP with this conference. Mark Golden and the PNP, we call them the risers. They have been. This has been their main talking points. Trust me. People right now are run a rewrite speech right now. People are shuffle up right now. Everything right now. Mark Golden is on the defense talking about, oh, it's a different it. He's out there putting out statements talking about, oh, the observer got it wrong. Blah 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 blah. Now they are being accused whether it is there is no evidence provided. They said no documentation was provided, right? So we do not know if the Integrity Commission is actually looking into this or if they're under investigation. But it's some damning allegation about washing money and all of them things here on the PMP's part. So what I'm saying is the argument now cannot be is the state labor rights alone. It can't be that argument alone. No, they're going to look at, well, they have no spine. So of course they're going to do it still. They have no spine. But the public, I don't think the public, because I'm looking at different platforms where some of these platforms were are PMP laced platforms or PMP affiliates platforms. Yeah, are more lean towards PMP. And you look in the comments, people are having a different tone or a different argument when it comes down to what Mark Golden is actually saying and what Dayton Campbell is out there saying. I'm telling you, it's gonna have some negative impact on the PMP. They cannot run with the same argument anymore. Cannot.
So I don't know what's wrong with the PNP because I see them say them now contest the by-election in St. Anne. And it's the biggest gathering of PNP outside of them conference with Sunday. Them keep a service in St. Anne in a Matty Samuel constituency Sunday gone at a church. So I don't know what, if you're not contesting a by-election, why would you kick off your conference week?
Billions of dollars, hundreds of billions.
Why would you kick off your conference week in the constituency where you say you're not contesting? Mark Golden, Dayton Campbell, all of them was over there on Sunday. So I don't trust them one bit.
I must say,
Yes.
as it relates to that, you see, the conference that they're keeping in that place. What I get to understand is that they are asking PNP people to run as independent and act, and so the PNP voters would go out and vote for that person. So it doesn't look like it is the PNP that is running. I get to understand that is the plan.
In the by-election?
And yes, because independents can go ahead and sign up to run. So that is what they are about at this time in that area. So yes, so that is the plan, and I get to understand this is something that they have done in the past in other constituencies. Have independent person go out, tell the PNP persons to support that person. So it's not really an independent.
You're right, but so as it is right now, it's more like muddy in the water still.
Well, I would lean towards it, because
but
the reason why I say that is there is no way you're not contesting a by-election and you kick off your conference week in that constituency with not some little PNP come represent on Mark Golden, Dayton Campbell, the other secretary lady, the whole of them on a councillor, that representative from this area, from Spalding, all about it was about 300 of them in the church Sunday, full church service, and so them kicking off them conference because they're a nation that believe in God and whatever, and them going that constituency to do it. So I know say something or something.
Yeah, but you see, the thing is, remember said as Mark Golden, them have to do what them have to do, because in terms of trying to get that seat. Remember, they are way behind the 8 ball. It's how much is it? It's 49-14, right? Right, they said that 49-14. So right now, Mark Golden really have a mountain to climb, and he knows that as well. So him have to go try his best. That's the reason why they're not contesting the by-election, because really and truly, no, him cannot afford to take a defeat there. No, him can't take a defeat at all. He cannot, because that now gonna look good for them going into the next election. No. So he's very calculated, man. Because really,
But
if them say time come and then get the election, well, I get that feedback. I go to Subi. Well, 1 second is Subi. I get that feedback. Yeah, what may I say is that, the reality is that if them to lose this by-election, is really a problem. You get what me I say? Based on favorability, based on the whole mindset, public opinion I got sway against them. And him don't have the mountain to climb already with the 14 seats him have. So the problem is that it's more of, yes, them a point out to Andrew unless there are certain seats where in local government to where we not deal with, but that a different conversation. Them a try to in local government and the member of parliament settings. No, she was a minister as well, right? Wasn't she a part of the cabinet, so to speak?
Who?
The JLP MP that resigned recently. I will know a shuffle at the deck for accommodate Matthew Samuda over what is it? Is it Northeast End?
Yeah, man. I don't think she was a minister.
She
I
was
think
in
her name,
some
Marsha Smith is her name. But I
Marsha
don't
but
remember
Matthew
her
Smith.
Smith,
being in
but
cabinet.
she had some position in the administration, I think. Yeah.
No, they're about to assign her a position in the administration, because Andrew said that she'll be served better they have a position available for her to come in and work in the administration
No,
instead of the
she
MP.
was serving
Yes. Right.
she was serving a minor position, but they're
Right.
gonna change her. So,
Right.
but
Yeah, but
she was
I know
serving
she,
not as a minister, but she
right.
was working under one of those, ministries umbrella
Right.
as one
That's
of the,
yeah, that's correct.
smaller
That's
person.
correct. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
But long story short though, with Matthew Samuda going in, I mean, now would be the opportune time for the PNP to say, well on, newbie Matthew Samuda gone in there so can contest that. And now at the time, I would have agreed with them if it was Sandra I run again. And them I say, no man, Sandra beat me. So we can't go against her right now. We not think we're ready. But Matthew Samuda is a newbie too. Just like how if Uno feel a candidate, that person would be a newbie as well. So I don't see why them we would be afraid to contest something where none of them are gonna spend the money. Well, we understand say them have to go campaign and things like that. We get that, but them have the money, can campaign. So why not challenge the JLP? If them say time come now.
They're a little bit smarter than we think. They're not as
You,
they're not as
you may say
dumb
that
as we might seem.
you see that
We
church
might
at
seem
them
to
went.
believe.
You see that church at them went to.
You know.
I know the actual pastor of the church.
Is it that we lost James Bond? Colonel LV, respect man. You know what thing go. James Bond. It look like we're losing them in general. Chang, big up, Colin Burton, all the ones and ones, them. Warren Osborne. Just drop a like on the stream as well, people. We know, say, people are immersed with the reasoning and things like that, but don't forget to hit that like button, share, subscribe. You know it, go. Just do the right thing, all right? Yeah, so, as it relates to, the whole Andrew Holness situation, yeah, I really think that, well, the reality is that we really have to wait and see what is official, right? The next reality is that we hear the media out there say them a leak this and a leak that based on their sources. So it's a lot of speculation going on right now. People are true a sling mud all about the place, right? And as I said before, my problem is with the timing of the release of the report when Parliament is in recess. So yeah, that for me don't make no sense, because that report could have been held back another say 10 13 days, yeah, in a real life. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, that could have been held back, and when them touch out and Parliament fully active, yeah, you drop the report, say yes, whenever they are ready to table it, they table it, but they have to table it. But having it sit there for the next 7 days, mere pure speculation left, right, and center. Yeah, man, the water got muddy your friend. It got turn like a backside, plant. Yeah, man, in a real
Sir
life.
Tep,
Yes, Navin.
if I may say, because one of the things we must also take into consideration when we are doing this reasoning is that we must be not only appear to, but we must be as fair and balanced as I mean, as it's possible. And my reason for saying this is we're seeing another report. The Observer news article is that something coming from the Integrity Commission regarding the 8 people, the 3 GLP and the 5 PNP persons who are under investigation? Is that a report coming or just a speculation coming from someone else?
They
Well,
are saying
sir,
that it's some leak. So
they said that they got it from their source from the IC. That
right,
is what
which
they
mean
said,
it's
which
leak.
we don't know who that is.
Right. Which means it's leak.
Yeah.
But guys, I don't know. Can we switch over to the debate? Are you guys interested in that? The Trump versus Kamala debate or not? Let me know,
Yeah, we can switch, but let us just bring this thing to a point where we can say, all right,
Yeah, man, no
because the
problem.
reason why,
No problem.
yeah, man, the reason why I brought that up, because I mean, to those listening, they will be saying we are defending the prime minister, but it's not a matter of defending the prime minister of such, but it's defending the person. Because the prime minister, it's a position, right? Even though we know it's a person in the position, but it's an office rather, right? So if we must give fair attention to the other people, even though they are not named, regarding the leak, because if it's only a speculation and it's been leaked, then we're dragging these people through to, because it must be fair and balanced right across the board. And until we reach that level of maturity where we can call a spade, regardless of the color that we support, then we are not maturing, as I said before, as a people. And let us see it. I mean, the PMP going in Ocherios and keeping and opening their conference, whether they want to, whether they have declared that they are not going to be participating in the by-election. I mean, they are Jamaican, they're a political party. They're free to go and do whatever they want to do. The people will decide who they want to represent them, whether independent or Matthew Semuda. Let the people make that choice. And one of the things I'm saying to us as Jamaicans, when we are voting for these people who present themselves as to become leaders, let us not vote on promises, because promises doesn't change anything. Let it be policies that we vote on, because that's what changes our lives and and give us a better standard of life. Stop letting politicians tricking us with promises. Ask them for policies, and when they come to they want to represent you, what is the vision you have for this constituency? Let them give you a written vision of what they want to do for the constituency. Because in the next 4 years, you'll be judged by the vision you have. And because if you start the vision, then we'll allow you to continue it. But if you have done nothing to bring the vision to pass, then we're going to fire you. And until we reach that place as a people, we'll still be getting what we are getting. So in closing, let us be balanced in what we do, because I mean, you want to be a platform. As I say, all views can contend. We're not biased. We just state the thing as is, and you don't have to be red or you don't have to be yellow, or you can be red or you can be green, and you can still come on this platform and state your views. We won't disagree, but we won't be disagreeable. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Same way, son. I write this right there. I am all about
Rightfully said.
the conversation,
Rightfully said,
because
Paulinus.
at the
Yeah,
end of
man,
the
I
day,
second that motion.
right?
I
At the end of
second
the
that
day,
motion.
is what makes sense. I go always prevail on this panel. I just write this right there. You get what me? I say, I don't know if we can segue over to the debate so we can listen what's going on. Are you guys
Yeah,
interested?
man, yeah, man. Yeah.
It's a very serious thing I go on. All right, respect the skeptic. Oyami Nayang Kopong Akan skeptic. Respect for the super chat skeptic. Him say, my fellow Jamaicans, do not fall for the further division as the election draws closer. That will be their plan moving towards Agenda 2030. All skeptic, always. Yeah, man. Big up skeptic, man. Respect for the super chat, my general. All right, so just muting the mics here a second, people. When I go go through the debate here. It's highly anticipated, so make sure you are going.
Billions of dollars. I had no inflation.
Woman's right to an abortion.
I absolutely support reinstating the
Just give me a second, please. Let me just find this thing out there. That give me some trouble. Remember to just mute the mics here, please. So we can I hear somebody's background.
Unite all parties, at least for dinner.
To prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first. And I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country, and if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well,
All
I've
this,
seen people on television.
let me just say here, this is the
people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
but
television.
The people
I'm
on television
the
saying
manager.
their dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme. This is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election, I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond here.
Thank you, because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people, not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people whose were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper, he was no good, I fired him, so he writes a book. Another one writes a book, because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they. But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier. So let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S. military.
Police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in, and all over the world, crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice
excuse me,
President
the
Harris,
FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud, just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear, where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people.
Vice President
stop
Harris,
him.
thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a fake Russia investigation
We do have a lot to
that
get-
went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on longstanding work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down and name calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your response?
First of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now, if you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar? She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish, one thing so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead. Fossil fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out of. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that we
for the
have to get to.
environment that
We're
she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar. Remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America? They're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world. And crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
when
ask
are those, David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle? They went into Seattle. They took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask
you. You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the president said, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say, we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this, you talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The president of the United States, you'll get him out of bed. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Right. You'll say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I said that sarcastically. You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them
No
Republican,
judge looked at it.
and said
They said we didn't have standing. That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The president of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter, because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did in fact lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart, Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago, it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that, but he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president, but when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. He got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but
Mr.
I'm okay
President,
with it
Mr.
because
President, your time
I
is up.
think we're
Thank
going to
you.
do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now
Yes.
to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters, because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror, and they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear they can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris.
including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
They're the ones, and she's the one that caused it, that's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
The ABC News presidential debate will continue after this.
All right, so them take a little break, you know. So you know the thing go, you see it. Well, Trump said, if I am elected president, I will end the war in Ukraine before I am president. I wonder how that work, how that match the work. But anyways, Trump a sample man more time still, you see it. Trump said that's come on, them a do what? Something there. Transform the illegal, when Trump said the illegal or the prisoners them, come on, them are transform them in a ABC and them sitting there. All right, Trump they easy.
Yo, Imota,
Yeah.
About that the war between Russia and Ukraine. He's right. If he becomes president, that war would end quickly. I don't know if it would end before he's president, and the reason is Trump is not a supporter of the Ukraine. So Ukraine would know that it will most likely lose the support of the US, and it would force them to negotiate on the losing side with the Russians. You see, that's the details in what he's not saying.
You know, so I don't really see it that way because really and truly still with Russia, Ukraine, yeah, America knee deep now. So even them I don't know, they can't afford for Russia to take over Ukraine. They cannot. That's the problem, you know. That's the real problem right there. So.
But Imhotep, Russia does not want to take over Ukraine.
Yeah, I understand that, but they are going to spin it that way. Russia wanted the Donbas area, the Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republic. That's the Donbas area. That's where they are deal with, and Crimea. Russia not care if they deal with the Ukrainian speakers. The Donbas region are Russian speakers. It was a part of Russia before too.
Yeah, but check this out.
You know?
Check this out. Even, you know, when Trump was president, and I don't know if you remember the whole controversy that involved the Ukraine and that whole thing about Russia election interference and information from the Ukraine. He didn't get a lot of support from the Ukraine when he was president. Trump is a person who does not forget things when, you know, so I don't see him. And remember that he unilaterally pulled the United States out of NATO when he was president. So I don't see it far-fetched that he would just cut off support, because if you notice, a lot recently, Biden actually, through some executive orders, provided aid to Ukraine, like aid that didn't really come from Congress, but in his capacity as president, he was able to do this because Congress was lagging on, its support. That, I believe, will disappear if he becomes president.
Well, Trump is a wild card still.
Yeah,
but
man, he is.
On the Ukraine side, it's gonna be very difficult for him to abandon them because, as I say again, they are fearful of Ukrainian defeat, because that would mean, say, you know the whole fear mongering already. Them if them
Yeah, man.
Them are gonna conquer Poland, them are conquer Estonia and Latvia and all in place there and yada. So it's a whole geopolitical chess game being played down the side. You get what I say in a real life, but yes, loving one.
Yeah, man. So one of the things Trump said just now, that if he's elected president, he then the war before he become president. Simply means that as president elect, he would win the war before he would stop that war before he's sworn in as president.
Right.
I think on the 20th of January, about sworn in. So basically that's what he means. All right. The next thing, I remember when he was just elected, because when Obama was president and the Ukrainians were asking the United States for military aid, and they were asking for a certain type of aid, which was some Javelin missile. They would they under the Obama administration, they were never given those weapons, But under Trump administration, that's what Trump gave it to them. You understand? And also remember that when Trump became president, remember that he had the president, I think it's Zelensky at the time, that came to visit the United States. So I mean, Trump, in terms of military support, then gave was back to Ukraine. The other thing too is that the Ukraine.
I really want to get back to it, because we are now back to it.
Okay, no problem.
Let's go finish up.
Yeah, man, go ahead.
Yeah, man, cool.
For 250 billion or more, because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left. I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's. Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here,
threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president, you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening, but he does have that. Something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is commander-in-chief. And the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility. in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I wanted to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen, he's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not again appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, you know, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, it was we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal, and in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words. So I'm asking.
I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think it's, I mean, honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. You know, I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was land, he owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent property to Black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young Black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first Black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this, want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your 3rd time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said. Going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park 5, they admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up.
I want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country, one who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President
Let's
Trump,
turn back
we
to
have
policy.
to move on.
To
President
destroy
Trump,
our country.
Let's turn to policy,
She has
please.
a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
She
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move
to
on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay.
Thank you,
That's
Mr.
what her
President.
plan is until just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond
President
because
Trump,
the
President
former
Trump,
president has said
no, I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to
No,
respond to.
I'm sorry.
I
We're
just
going
need
to
to
move on,
respond
Vice
one
President
time
Harris.
to what he has
President
said
Trump, this
multiple
is
times.
now your
Yes.
third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better.
Correct.
Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it and we're going to replace it. But remember this, I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan.
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not too distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private healthcare options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being you don't like him, you said at the time, because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president, and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it.
Vice
Past his
President
prologue
Harris,
in
thank
terms
you.
of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue
Well,
that's important for a
She
lot
made a
of
mistake. Number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get.
President
People
Trump-
are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said that climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate from Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
The ABC News presidential debate will continue after this.
Baywatch is a fantasy.
Baywatch was sexy.
That's just not good. Keep it real, people, and keep it juicy.
Sure, Vistaprint prints business cards, but we also print these and those and engrave that. We print your brand on everything, so customers.
Just go on, listen, people. You know it going more time. I would just watch this thing. I saw the ones and ones them can see what I go on for themselves and have them own understanding of the thing. You know, nobody now. So what somebody tell me so. You understand me? I say people. So big up on yourself. You know, remember to hit that like button. Yeah, man. Hit that like button. You know the thing go just there. I watch what I go on. Very interesting so far. You know, very, very interesting so far. Very interesting so far. James, man.
Yeah, man, I there, man.
Yeah, man. What say you do so far?
To be honest, with the two of them, I'm disappointed because it's just like them really not giving us much. You know what I'm saying? But I guess I'll just go and watch it. But I don't say one taking it over one. If I had to give out the edge right now, probably Camilla. But I mean, two of them not really giving us nothing. Pure fluff. Hello?
Yeah, man, there. Yeah,
I'm sorry, man. Bless up to the M-part in the building, you know. What say you, M-part? I will soon see them soon touch back, you know. Is the M-part there?
I'm here. I'm sorry. It takes me a while to unmute.
No problem, man.
I'm curious because I will. Yes, big up everybody. Big up, big up, big up. I'm curious. I have two questions. I want to know about the blacks on here who support Trump and why. And the second question is, what do they think about his foreign policy or immigration policy? Yeah, immigration policy. Yeah, I don't want to know. Hopefully I can answer before the break ends.
First of all, I don't like how that question phrase. Why? What the blacks on here think about Trump? Because that sounds like if you're black, you're supposed to not support Trump. And I love his immigration policy. I support it 100%.
Yes, I'm going to phrase it because in America they call you black. So yeah, what do blacks for? Because I have a whole group of people call themselves blacks for Trump.
Right.
Right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, look.
Why do you like his immigration policy? Tell me, and how you think?
I'm a human being for Trump, not a black for Trump.
All right, so I want you to stop personalizing it. It's a thing. There is a group of people, black conservatives, who support Trump. So if you're a black person who supports Trump, I want to know why. And why do you love his immigration policy? I don't want to know.
James Bond. You want to give me a talk?
Yeah, man, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm similar to James Bond, but I also take offense at being put in a group, and the reason is because I'm not traditionally I'm not a conservative, but I am not happy with who we have running the country right now. I've not been happy with the Democrats for the past 4 years, and even beyond that. I believe that black people in the United States have been blindly following one party, which is kind of stupid. And that one party has not really delivered anything substantial and has pulled a wool, a veil over our eyes to not really see that while they're publicly supporting us when it comes to creating policies, they have, equally to the Republicans, created policies that have been hurting us. And we fail to recognize that neither party has really done anything that we can look at that has changed our trajectory.
All right, we are back.
All right.
Yeah, we are back. So you know it, go. That's all I thought.
Go on back.
The debate finished soon still, so we can reason.
Yeah, man.
People, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack. We're not going to take fossil fuel. We're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution.
All right, guys. So that was it. And remember, I know Reading Palace was finishing this point.
Yeah. So let me just land it real quick.
Remember that the empire made it clear that her question was not geared to any individual per se. It's the people who call themselves blacks for Trump.
No, Imhotep, but you see, that's essentially the problem, right? Because on this panel, right, I don't believe any of us have ever referred to ourselves as any member of any group or any formal group or any popular group. I'm not a conservative. I'm not a part of any kind of conservative group in favor of Trump. Am I in favor of Trump right now? In the last election, I voted for Biden. I stood in the rain, in the cold, me and my wife, and we voted. He became president, and she lost her job because he said if she won't take that thing, she should get fired, and she got fired, right? Because she refused. And so there's no way I can support a president that has caused many people to lose their jobs because they had a different viewpoint on something. That I think was irresponsible. There are other ways that could have been done. Now, there was an impact to the economy from that a lot of people don't want to make that association. But the bottom line is, I'm not a part of any group. I am a part of I am disgruntled because of how the Democrats have treated us as a group of people that have supported them blindly for decades. Prior to the civil rights, Black people, in terms of wealth, made up less than 2%, and up until today, still less than 2%. So if you want to talk about the impact of policies, if they were making policies that were impactful and was helping us, then why is it that we have not shifted in terms of, obtaining wealth in this country?
All right.
Our economic position has not changed with
Right.
all the things they said they have done. It has not changed. We still face discrimination. There was a time when the discrimination was covert. Was overt, right? All they've done through all their policies, the discrimination has gone into the covert region where it is still there. We're still being denied top positions, regardless of how qualified we are in prominent companies. We are still not, and when we are put in leadership, our leadership position becomes abbreviated or limited silently. So we must really see how, and I'm not saying that government can really make these changes, but to let the Black community believe that they could effect these changes, when in reality, it's going to take the Black community to work a lot of these matters out by themselves, finding their way through. But allowing the community in a whole to believe that this party can save them, and then we are following them blindly. I'm just not. I'm not a part of a group. I'm just a disgruntled individual, and there are a lot of people like me who no longer believe in what the Democrats are selling.
All right. Fly eye. Well on there. Fly eye. That boss and not Trump mash up no Kamala Harris, brother. Unless you just start watch the debate. If you watch the thing from the beginning, no, I think Trump sensationalize a whole heap of things too. That transformer prisoner thing where you talk about says Kamala, I bring out the prisoners them in that. And may I ask the question to big up to Big Spliff, Kerry Garden. Yeah, man, big up yourself. Big up to all the ones and ones them. So may I ask the Empath a question now. Empath, you feel say Trump say all Black people as Asians because me them say that's the Asians them and them have them pet and them something there. You feel say him see all of the immigrants as Asians or what? We're talking about Black immigrants.
I think he's specifically referring to the Asians and Chinese. The Chinese are known to eat.
Haitians, no, Asians, the Haiti people, them, not Asians. Are the Haiti?
He said, him said Haiti?
Yeah, Vance, JD Vance said it. His vice president running mate. Yeah, man. Him said the Haitians, them. You get me? I say, I
know. I thought it was Asian. The Chinese are known for.
Not them. I didn't matter.
More respond to this, Jude. I think those Trump and JD Vance, they are mentally ill. They're delusional. They are trying to create a narrative that is confusing, and they're agents of chaos, in my opinion, right? I wrote down some points, but for some reason I clicked something and it disappeared. But I wanted to say, I empathize with your wife losing her job because she made a decision not to take the vaccine when it was mandatory.
Please, we are trying to find a word there. You're Empath.
What?
You know,
Which word?
That's
Which word? The V word?
Yes, please.
What? Oh my God, because I don't want to hear YouTube sucks.
That tricky thing on YouTube, trust me, it is.
All right, my apologies. Yeah, so the V, I empathize. But we have to think of the bigger picture, right? The second thing is you say you don't identify as part of any group. So as from a sociological standpoint, there's something called social identity, right? So even if you don't identify, even if it's not your personal identity, and in a space that is rooted in race and interracial politics, you are placed in a group as a Black person, as a Black man. So those are two intersecting things that put you in a very dangerous and precarious situation. And the third thing is that I'm assuming that you're an immigrant, right? Because you weren't born in the US, right? So those three things and the Black and the man intersecting creates a very bad situation for you. So when you're saying to me or to us that you voted for Biden, right, but you're going to vote for Trump because your wife lost her job because she made a decision, and jobs can be found anywhere, So these are, I don't get how we're going to jump from a man who says, okay, it's mandatory to take the V thing, to supporting a man who is totally against everything that you are, right?
All right. So let me respond to that quickly. I don't mean to cut what you're saying, but
wait, let me finish. The third thing I want to say is that we're in a space that encourages critical thinking. So I'm not expecting anybody to be offended by anything that I say. The idea that I'm calling a group of Blacks, I identify as a Black, you should not be offended. Critical thinkers aren't easily offended, right? So please don't personalize anything I say. It's not meant, the intent is not to insult or offend, all right?
Yeah, right. So on that note, right? It's not enough to ask people not to be offended. Is once someone expresses to you,
I'm not asking you. I'm not expecting you to be offended. You're not supposed to be offended. We're critical thinkers.
You can't say something offensive and say, I am not expecting you to be
exactly.
offended.
Is that hold on?
No, I understand why y'all are Trump supporters.
Hold on there.
There's a specific.
Hold on, the guys.
Allow each other to speak, man. Allow each other to speak.
No, hold on, man. Because we now got reason.
My apologies. We're not gonna nice it up.
No, I'm just saying. I want us to always remember that even though we can disagree, it doesn't have to be an emotionally charged disagreement, right? And watch this now. How is the empath saying Blacks for Trump? How is that offensive to anyone on the panel?
All right. So I'll explain to you, right? No, there are certain characteristics that are pinned on groups who Blacks who are considered to be Trump conservative or conservative Blacks for Trump. There is, and as empath even mentioned, she's going down into how could, for example, she mentioned about the job, the oversimplification, and she mentioned critical thinking, right? So it's almost like people who are in this group, the Black people who are in this group, it is, are considered, it's like, oh, something has to be wrong with them. They must be lacking something for them to be supporting this guy, right? And then
so the same thing is said to the people who say Kamala too, right?
But empath, give me a second. But as I say to people all the time, vote for the policies that affects your life. Whatever affects your life and what. So for somebody to simplify your wife losing a job and she can't get another one, the job is what affects your life. That is what is important to you. what is important to you, and that is what you're going to vote for. You can't tell somebody what is important to them.
But rightfully though, there was a choice presented to the wife, right? And she chose.
No, Imhotep. Let's back it up a little bit. Because
I want to respond to that.
All right, hold on, guys. Because even Subi want a piece of the mic too, you know. So
yeah, man.
Hold on. We can fast with the palace, and then the M part will be allowed to respond. You know,
yeah.
James Van and Subi there too, you know, and loving one.
So listen, now what a lot of people are considering as choice and using, I think this is where the problem lies, right? When someone wants to put something in your body that you don't want in your body, when you ask for objective information, like at that time, they did not have any long-term safety studies, and they said they did. We later on found out that they didn't. Up until today, we know that they didn't. Up until today, they have reports coming out about the dangers of this thing that they put in people's body. You understand?
Right.
Up until today, they have injuries on top of injuries being reported. So we were right not wanting that thing to be in our body, and it should never have been mandated to that level. You can have some level of mandate, but when a government at the highest level indicates to employers to do this, right? You leave these employees with their backs against the wall. So now I should take this thing and potentially harm myself, or and keep my job, or lose the job and keep my body safe.
But no,
and then somebody's gonna hold on, and then somebody's gonna.
This is a pointless direction that we're going. I'm going to be honest. We're not.
Hold on.
Yeah, we're not talking about that.
Reading Palace,
no,
please.
At the choice, I'm addressing the choice. I'm addressing the choice. When somebody
Reading Palace,
but
Reading Palace, not to cut you, but the fluff pan it not really matter. The man give you a choice, and you didn't want that. You didn't want that choice, so you're not voting for that man. It's simple as that. That choice was important to you. You never want that man to say no.
Exactly. My question is, so you're going to vote for a man now who? Okay, so Biden made this thing mandatory because he wanted it was for the greater good, right? No, you have a man. Let me finish. I don't want to go down any further. I get what you're saying. This explaining further is just pointless in my opinion. Honestly.
You don't know what I'm going to say, and I was actually trying to say.
I can predict what you're going to say because there's only one other thing you're going to say.
Empath, you were saying something before, and I was interrupting you. You said I should wait until you're finished. But someone made another point, and I never got to that point. Right? And you're going back into it. Right? First of all, it is not as simple because of a job. Right? There are a lot of things around Biden why I will not vote for him again. It's, Trump is not a stranger to us in this country as president. I survived 4 years of Trump's presidency in this country. Before he was elected, the fear campaign around him, I felt for that same fear, right? That this guy is a racist. This thing is going to happen in this country and blah, blah. When Trump became president, Black people didn't lose jobs and opportunities in trove. In fact, I had a lot of opportunities as consultant when he became president, right? So, and I survived.
That wasn't because of Trump.
Hold on. No, well, you can't listen. We have to take it for what it is. When he was president, during the time when he was president, my life did not get any worse.
All right.
My anxiety level didn't go up.
Can I answer?
All right,
I'm Hotep. Can I answer?
Yeah, hold on the Empath. Big up to Ryan Williams in the chat. Manners and respect. All right, so Empath I got respond. Subi wants to say a thing. Loving one wants to say a thing.
Yes. More here. Everybody else more here. Subi more here. Loving one. All right. So you're saying to me, Trump, who is a man. I mean, Biden, who is a man who creates policies that target the middle class, target Blacks, all the other communities. And because he made taking the V mandatory, right? You're upset with him for that. But no, you have a man who has a plan called Project 2025, right? And because during his first tenure, you didn't feel the immediate effects. But so you're going to give him another chance so that he can really reassure you how racist he is, right? So that's what you're saying. You want to give him another chance so he can whip you, lash you like a massa. Is that what you're saying to me?
Well,
Please
I
respond.
really don't want you asking the question because you're giving back the
No,
mic
I'm not respond.
and
I'm
I'm
not
not
respond.
respond. But remember, Biden wasn't the one that mandated the V,
Workplace.
No,
right?
he was.
Exactly.
Oh no, well, I know
Imhotep, he
that
was.
man that Trump that occurred, brother. That
No,
occurred.
Imhotep.
Well,
Imhotep, no,
that,
you're wrong. You're
that
wrong. You're
occurred
wrong.
under Trump.
No,
Even the whole
Imhotep.
travel, well, and even the whole travel thing where you have to get it to travel.
Imhotep.
Well,
Imhotep, you're
man.
wrong.
Well, all right, reading palace, maybe I go rest that one day. All right,
You're wrong.
all right, Subi. Yeah, you can unmute the mic. Let me hear what you said it.
Heal up, heal up, heal up, heal up.
Yeah, man, bless up.
Yeah, big up,
Yeah,
big up.
man. Yeah, man. First thing, I think Trump surprised a lot of people tonight with his energy. Told a lot of lies, but we don't know Trump that already. We accept the lies with a sprinkling of truth. But I think a lot of people were surprised by his energy tonight. He was basically being a bully on the stage. But aside from that, um, I was somewhat leaning toward a Trump presidency and then a Trump presidency. But after that argument about immunity for the police, I think that kind of, you know, turned my direction away from Trump. As a person where I frequent America, as a person who watched some egotistical police pull an NFL player from his car, like how quickly that escalated. I'm just saying to myself, can you imagine these guys with immunity? And I know people going to explain that, oh, it don't mean that, I didn't mean that, I didn't mean this. But for an African who frequents America, it means exactly what Trump meant it to be or to mean. Same way how him use the rhetoric like, just lick up them head when you put them in the car or in the police vehicle. Same way him call for the young men in New York to be, whatever. I just cannot see myself supporting, based on our history, based on police brutality and all them stuff. I cannot see myself as an African supporting a person because I understand policies and jobs and this and that and rare, but at the end of the day, life is the greatest thing. And I don't want to be visiting America and have to already living in fear of police officers. I don't want anything to add to my fear. I don't want to be supporting a president who adds to my fear of driving down the street, of a police pulling me over, a policeman pulling me over, and it turns out, a certain way. My son them I get big now in America. Them are American citizens. And knowing some my son them have to walk down the street, drive down the street, all them things there. I cannot see myself supporting somebody who is willing to give immunity to police officers.
And Sobe, my response to that is what is important to you, so you vote for that policy. That's what I tell people all the time. Whatever is important to you, vote for that. But not come call on nobody and tell them, so how can you vote for this and that? Whatever policy that supports you and your family, and it's important to you and your family, vote for that.
Right. Loving one, you want to say a thing?
Yeah, man, thank you. By seeing what I saw tonight on that debate, there are two people on that debate, and what I saw would have exactly what I would have been expecting. The politician is going to speak like a politician because that's what Miss Harris is. She's a seasoned politician. Tell the people what they want to hear and sell them promises. Trump, the reason why I'm more sympathetic to Trump, I don't agree with everything Trump does and may not agree with the way he does it. But Trump is an action person. And that's the thing. He's not a politician. So Trump comes into the United States and sees it as a business, and he operates it as such. The politicians don't like that because if you notice, Trump's money to run when he entered the race in 2016, he wasn't financed by the usual people. They didn't have control over him. Remember, when the president goes into the White House, he goes in and he meets an orchestra, figuratively speaking. Trump, when he went in there, he brought his own orchestra and he played and he danced his own music. So, in order for one to make a decision as to who to vote for, one needs to compare both administration because then it will be on equal terms, 4 years, 4 years. What did Trump accomplish in his 4 years? Next thing. Any one of you on this panel tonight, or let me put it, any one of us on this panel tonight, if we get a piece of property and we build a nice house, one of the things we are going to think about, and maybe even before we build a house, is to secure the perimeter of that property. Now, we secure that because in so doing, we keep out undesirables and we secure those who are inside. So if a president comes and says, he need to secure the borders, and he start doing that, then you hear that he's a racist and all of them stuff. And this is the same man who, back in the 80s, 90s, and even up to the 2000s, the people are now calling him racist were his friends. He was some of the donor. He was a donor to a lot of them. But because he decided to run as a Republican, he become the most hated and the villain of basically the whole United States. So when you look at it now, he made a statement during his 2016 campaign. He said to to Black Americans, what do you have to lose? And that statement resounded with a lot of the Black Americans in the sense that he was considered one of the presidents to secure the most Black vote at the time, and he also secured more in the 2020 election. So when you look at the Democratic Party, and I tell people this, when you're going to make comparison, it is good to go back, because if you don't know the past,
back to LBJ. Go back to LBJ.
You're going to repeat it in the beginning. Because what we're seeing in Black America, and whoever just said LBJ, that's the downfall of the Black population in the United States. Why do I say that?
Right, that's where it starts.
Because look here, LGB made a statement, He says when he and I'm just quoting him verbatim.
I can
he says,
it word for word.
Okay, so he says to the like when we put this policy in place, we'll have the Black people voting for us for the next 200 years.
We said niggers, we'll have those niggers voting us for the next 200 years. That was the exact
Okay, all right. So we need to go back and look at this welfare state that was created and what was the purpose of its creation. And until we can understand that, just like politics in Jamaica, if we understand, go back to the fundamental, the ideology of what we are supporting, what do they believe, what they stand on, and until we can get rid of the rhetoric and the emotions and go down to the foundation, then we'll be continuous to just following the crowd.
Can I say something?
Just a minute.
Finish.
Okay. Yeah, you can go ahead.
Why I like Trump Trump is just a man. If Trump not like you, Trump tell us I don't like you. People like those we can't deal with because I mean you know what to expect. Trump said during his campaign, Trump says made these statements. I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna do that. And regardless of all the pushback that he got from the seasoned politicians, both Republicans and Democrats, he was still able to accomplish some feat that a lot of them who were there for years, including Joe Biden, who has been a senator for the last 47 years and then became vice president and then was put into the position of president, which from observation as an outsider, he wasn't calling the shots. He wasn't calling the shots. So we can look and see, compare both administration, which one benefited the people more, the policies that they think of. Because look here, the foundation of America, you know, America is an energy dependent country. And if you get the energy sector right in the United States where energy is cheap, America will prosper because you will have production. And that is what the Democrats are doing. They're wiping out all of that. First thing Joe Biden did when he came in, executive order, cancel the pipeline that was running from Canada down to
but the problem pipeline, man, then that the pipeline they use that trample on our native lands and then sitting them on the problem pipeline.
My friend, look here, man. You're talking about look here. You said trampling on native land. I mean, America. I mean, like we know. So, like we know, when it comes down to certain infrastructure development, certain line going cross, and we have to expect that because we can't want a better way of life. We have to make some compromises.
Well,
you understand?
Well, yeah, but you have to respect you know, at least the indigenous people and digging up them grave and then sitting them. You sure say then no one a native go dig up George Washington and grave to say them and look for gold and nothing like that. So really and truly, that Keystone pipeline was always a very controversial pipeline from the get-go. But I'm going to allow the Empire to you know, respond.
No problem.
All right? Yeah, man. Go ahead, Empire.
Trump reasons a particular way, and so does his supporters, right? I agree that Trump is very direct, but and you say you like that he does this and that, but I'm just confused as to how you're not understanding the implications of Trump's plan. Like I don't get it, right? I don't get how.
Sorry, Empress, can you give me an example of what when you say Trump plans? One example that would.
Lovely one. Do you live in the U.S.?
No, I don't. But whatever.
Where do you live?
I'm a Jamaican.
I have the same question, and I live in the U.S.
So I want to. So I don't even have to live in the U.S. And I remember attacking a Trinidadian about this. He was talking about Trump unites. He doesn't divide. Like, so I got through to a school in Manhattan called the New School, right? And I wanted to go because I wanted to sit in some Bell Hooks lectures, but she died before I did. But I turned down the offer as an international student because in 2016, Trump was elected, right? And New York is a metropolitan state, means people from all both, lots of Jamaicans there. But for some reason, I didn't feel safe. Now, one of the implications of Trump being elected is that it's going to be harder for me as a Jamaican to travel to the US. It's going to be harder for me to get a visa, right? Not only will it be more expensive, I'm going to be vetted and profiled.
Sorry, Empire. So you're not an American?
I'm not an American, but I have family who lives in America.
Also, so you're not able to vote in America?
So forget about the voting directly. I'm talking about how the foreign policy and how the immigration policy affects me, right? And other Caribbean people. And even in one of his statements tonight.
I asked that to understand your reasoning because you are going to reason from that standpoint of view because it benefits you. So that's why.
No. So it's not about me only. I'm just concerned about the fact that you guys are ignoring the implications of what Trump. You know, like what I'm saying, like saying direct. So does he have to say, I don't want Jamaicans here? Because he has already said it. He said it about the Asians. He said it about non-white Americans, right? So you living in the US, aren't you concerned that ICE might show up at your door and tell to go back to your country? Are you concerned about these things?
Let me ask a
That's
question.
not No. I want to respond to this. I want a response. So you're upset that your wife lost her job because she didn't take the V. I'm asking you, when Trump is elected, because you're going to vote for him, are you concerned that it's going to affect you as an immigrant in the country?
Under the
I'm not.
Constitution, Trump can't send me home. So
yeah,
I'm not concerned about
No, so Trump do you not understand what Trump plans to do with the Constitution, sir? So that's what I'm saying.
But he was in power for 4 years and he didn't do anything with it. So
do you not understand this project 2025? Like, why are you going to the past?
The thing is,
He has plans.
I can't argue with you because you don't have a vote and you're not an American. So
I don't want to hear what happened when he was.
You're going to argue from the standpoint of what you think will benefit you.
So you're not going to wait. You're not going to dismiss me because I cannot vote. But his foreign policy affects Jamaicans and Caribbean people, and I'm asking you as a Trump supporter, right? Aren't you concerned about how his plan? We're not talking about what happened when he was in power.
We're not getting a chance to answer it.
No. So I want to make it clear that you cannot dismiss my argument.
Input. One second. Input. I do not agree with this argument that he did not do it in his 4 years. So why is he going to do it now? I do not agree with that because remember, he did not have those judges in the Supreme Court in the first 4 years. In his 4 years, remember, even Roe versus Wade, that Supreme Court, the way it stuck the Supreme Court was instrumental in overturning that. So we cannot go to the argument and say, oh, he didn't do it in his 4 years, so we don't have nothing to be fearful of.
But to push back
and he cannot do it under the Constitution when he has plans to become a dictator. It's so nice for me to understand Trump and his policies more than the people living in the US. I'm very concerned about that.
But the Democrat can't have them cake and eat it. They are the one who allowed Trump to allow the Supreme Court to be the way it is now.
No, me not dispute that, James. I blame Ruth for that. We should never did resign when Obama tell her to resign and so forth and so on. I know, but I am saying I'm not no pro Biden or no pro Kamala now. Just know that. But I know Trump can be dangerous. I cringe at someone saying the Haitian them they are Nyampus and dog. I cringe. It just have a racist connotation to it. It just rub me the wrong way. I just feel like it just takes me back to the S-hole countries, and you mentioned Haiti in that, and send some people from Norway, and it just like it's like a racist friend when we have, or a racist white friend when we have when we tolerate, because him have some good qualities, but me just know say me not too like him, yeah. It's like me have a white brethren, one of the black girls him sleep with, and one day him just say his biggest karma is gonna be his daughter sleeping with black men. And me and him still cool, but me not like him when him say that, He just,
me look on him sideways. Yeah, me look on him sideways.
Yeah, you understand me say, James, man. Me look on Trump sideways when him said, the Haitian them.
It's like I eat other people.
Yeah. It is like this man is like, it's like, he's a plantation and we have to deal with massa.
He said, the news said it.
When Marjorie Green come up with that earlier
but even she, so she's up in the industry. So
she cool.
Yes, so but me say for him say it tonight, I look upon him and say it. It's like it's like
Sir. Did Trump really say that Asian is eating cats? Did he say that?
The pets.
Yeah, man.
Yes, they asked him because
He
JD
said that
Vance.
directly.
Yeah, man.
So they actually asked him about it and him agree. Yeah.
Same seat on the news.
Right. So all right, the same day.
The
But
man even tell him, so the health officials them down there are the whatever them down there. So nothing
Right.
is happening like that. And
right.
he said it and he doubled down and it's just like for somebody to say that, I'm not looking at that like, oh, it's like if somebody did even say the Asians, you know, like people say it about the Asians in Jamaica. But because there are evidence to support that one time we see the Chinese them, with a donkey, a skinned donkey one time, so forth. So it's like it wouldn't have like a racist connotation to it, a racist rhetoric. It's like when him say it, it just rub it just like a racist.
Well, if he said something, I really
It's like if somebody just say, yo, the Trinis them down here eating up all the iguanas, we wanna feel like, but it's not coming from a place of it's a delicacy. It's not coming from a place like it's a cultural value. You understand me? I'm saying, Motep?
Yeah, so you know, they look like say boy, they are savages and then
yeah, like these Negroes. You understand me? I'm saying
right.
These savages. I mean, remember, say them already. Him know the history of the Asians and the Asians them and them not like the Asians them. And I think that in itself for me, so for becoming is a pro Haiti, Miss pro Haiti. Means like me strongly, connected with the Haitians them. Like me love them bad. Historically, ancestral wise, all of them things them me just love them. So me I say, based on my studies and my research over the years, me appreciate the Haitians them. So when him said that like, no, me can't like him. No, that him threw me two bad bowler, two bouncer when me done with him. The police thing, I know come talk about the man in my puss and dog. No.
All right.
Hey, sorry,
Let me hear invest.
sir.
Once you can loving one.
Oh, sorry.
You have to make invest a quick thing, because they are wait a long time to, So I got you invest and then loving one after. Invest, you there?
Hey, best up everybody.
Come in, invest. I need some backup. Come in.
Hey, best up. So let's make it clear. I don't live in America, but my daughter live in America, and her mother constantly asks me like for my opinion as to who should she vote for and stuff like that. Anyway, this is my viewpoint. Number one, the Democrats, black people vote for Democrats by default because of system. You grow up and you see everybody talk about the Democrats and you vote for them. Despite some of the stuff that Democrats do, it doesn't positively affect the black community at all. For example, if the sitting president right now is Joe Biden, look at all the negative that comes with Joe Biden, but yes, still, the black people still support him for whatever reason, I don't know. From 1998, in the 1980s, Joe Biden did horrible things to the black community. Nobody talks about that. Joe Biden even go on videos and say black kids can go to the same school as rich kids. Like that's stupid to say stuff like that. But nobody talks about stuff like that. The next thing.
Want them right, them right on the same school bus.
Invest.
All right, hold on. No. I'm still. No, just as though they can bring up the Central Park 5, I can bring up history too. It's supposed to be balanced on both sides.
Well, the Central Park 5 was related to Trump. So what I say is that Biden not in the race now still. So Biden.
No, hold on, man. I said the Democrats. My first thing I said the Democrats. That's what I said. So Biden following the Democrats, and the Democrats, black people are beholden to the Democrats for whatever reason, and it is not for their benefit when you think about it. For example, America or any society should be a sort of meritocracy. Your effort that you put in is what you get, not to constantly be a victim, and because of the color of your skin, you're going to be downtrodden because of that. Because that is utterly nonsense. My daughter's mother, she's a black woman. She's a lawyer. She have her own law firm. It's not because of the color of her skin. She went to school and studied the bar and pass it. Anybody, once you have the opportunity and the interest and the ability, you can succeed. That's what the message should be. Cut this thing about skin color and all that stuff. That is utterly nonsense. But the Democrats champion that still because they want people to vote on emotions. And it's all about emotions spewing and stuff like that. For example, even the thing about the cat. There are videos of newscast people talking to people, and there's a guy in a red hoodie which I watch for my own self say they need to send the police over here because the people might eat the cats. That's what him say on live on our newscast. It's not something that is made up. It is the guy talking about it on the news.
So
So
he
that's
present
something that's there.
evidence. So he present evidence.
That's a separate thing. I'm saying it is in the
Well,
news. Separate thing.
no, but if even if it's in the news, still such damning allegations should be substantiated still.
I totally understand. I believe in evidence too. I totally understand what I'm saying. It's in the news. Then somebody else can also follow up and do investigative journalism to see if that thing is actually valid. I completely agree.
Sir, one of the department would deal with them thing. They said no go sir. So you go against a
All right.
body way.
No.
Is in
All
a
right. Hold on one
position
second,
to
Mr.
declare that.
Mr. Vegas.
Hold on 1 second, person. Because if people are reporting a substantial amount of pets missing, then that would have been documented and they would have done some form of investigation and see what's happening in there. But
I don't really I don't really want my time to be consumed with the cats. That's a separate. I don't really want my small
no, but
time
our
because other
argument
people might
about
want
it
to.
is not in a sense of he's saying like some people in America eat squirrel. It's not in the
Right.
sense of some people in America eat frogs. The tone of it is like these people are coming here eating off our pets. It was it immediately defending upon the black jobs, and now it kind of tied into this cat and dog thing. It just feels, you understand, like
All
him
right.
try demean the people then.
All right. May I go make
Demean the
loving
people
answer
then.
a quick thing, right? But before him speak.
Can I finish?
All right, cool invest. May I make a finish? Let me say this. If one cat is harmed in America, them Asian then I get charged for animal cruelty. Any cat or dog were missing, and then them when I investigate it. Remember, say you have the animal police them. Then when I investigate that and charge them for animal cruelty and then sitting there. So, anyways, got to invest on land and then loving one after.
So as I said, I don't know much about the cat story. I just saw it on YouTube. A lady in the news actually talking to a gentleman. That's all I saw. So I don't know if it's true. I don't have any evidence of everything. I'm just repeating what I see on the news. But my thing is that I even tell my daughter's mom the same thing. Is that the meaning of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expect a different result. If you should look at what of all these policies where the Democrats control certain cities that are predominantly black, are there anything positive that somebody can pinpoint and say yes, because of the Democrats we are living actually better? It's not. It is not. It is not substantial enough for this drove of people to always be running down the Democratic Party because it's not working for them. It is not. The evidence is there, but remove the emotions from it, and look at what are these things that are put in place that can actually help you, than to just talk about your skin color, talk about you being a victim all the time, every single day. The money is coming for you. Those things are just pulling on the heartstrings of people, and people tend to vote a particular way because of emotions. But the fact of the matter is, I don't think the Democrat Party is good for the country at all. You have the transgender movement. It is utterly ridiculous. My daughter coming home, I want me call her and say, hey, what's going on in school? The teacher tell her, the teachers are telling these kids these stuff. Instead of teaching them about arithmetic, maths, they're teaching them about this gender ideology, which is nonsense. It's utterly stupid. Why should a 15-year-old, a 13-year-old, be a 9-year-old having a book in the classroom about sucking DICK? Why? Why is that? Why is that important?
All right, hold on there. Let me just make loving one say a quick thing there because they really want to say a thing. All right, got you loving one.
Yeah, man. Thank you. Just listening to us. All right. Anybody who's familiar with the Asian culture, we know that there are certain delicacy that certain things that we skin our nose up to is for them a delicacy, right? So the Asians, I mean, namely the Chinese, and there are other people, the Trinidadian, or some as Sir Vegas would have referred to, and there are other nations of people that they consume certain things. So if I said it would mean nothing, but because it is coming from someone who is the potential next president of the United States, it means something different. Well, for me, I mean, anybody says it, they says it, and it didn't say it because of thing. It was the people in the neighborhood where these people reside that was making the report. Right? Are they wrong or are they right? It's for the thing to be investigated. Right? Somebody may come in and saying it didn't happen. Well, what is it based on?
But the city was consulted about it, and they said they have no record of it. No,
yeah, but the city, but remember, and
dogs being eaten by.
And remember now, and this is in the other part of the whole narrative. Remember now, these are referring to people who have come into the country illegally, right? So the agenda of the Democratic Party is that they are a part of the open border society, because there is a group of people who think that countries should be without borders. There should be no national sovereignty. So once they assign to the agenda, then they will say whatever they want to say. I'd wait for further investigation. All right. With that said, I cannot be a supporter in no way of the Democratic Party. Not that the Republican Party is perfect, but because of their policies. A lot of people don't go back into history and know. All right. For example, the KKK, which was a party of the Ku Klux Klan. A lot of people would probably readily say the Republican, and they would be wrong.
Democrats.
The Jim Crow era, where does that come from?
Can we not go back? Can we talk about the policies of Trump and Kamala, please? We don't need to go back that far.
I agree with Empire because that is more.
No. But you see, thing is that if we don't understand the past, how we gonna make any change in the future?
Yeah, but
no.
The thing is, no loving one. Yeah, man, them Jim Crow thing that are we before me a born and then sitting there. We understand the whole history.
But we still.
No, but watch this now. If Jim Crow, if Jim Crow that top Democrat, what would that do? No, how would that affect anyone? No.
Let's talk about Trump's current policy on Project 2025. I don't want to talk about what happened many donkey years ago, right? Let's talk about Trump's policies and Kamala.
I think to deny, I think to not to talk about the history, I think that's a disingenuous in the conversation, to be honest.
No, they are debating for the next presidency.
I'm talking about the overall, because Kamala Harris is in the Democrat Party. So the overall, the arch of the Democrat
They have independent policies. They have their own agenda.
Kamala don't have no independence policy. She's still going with the same agenda from the Democrats. Come on.
But invest. 1 second there. Respect self-made for the super chat. Self-made say this debate didn't really change anyone's mind. If you like Harris before, you like her now. If you like Trump before, you like him now. and if you're undecided, you still are. All right, watch this now, Invest. We just spend about 1.5 hours and watch a debate, right? Yeah, man, really and truly, we are in the now. So going back to 100 years ago or so on and so forth, to say who was Democrat or not, me not think it that valid to the current conversation.
I think it still have merit, Imotech. I'm just talking about the fact that
all right. So watch this now. Bush is a Republican who went down to Iraq and 1 million people in dirt, right? Yeah, mash up Afghanistan and them say, well, like I said, because Bush a Republican, I gotta use that for boil Trump. No, that's why I say
of course you can still talk about it. The Democrat, the Republican. No, hold on. You said something. No, you said something. Give me a chance to respond. No, hold on. No, give me a. Can you give me a chance to respond? I know.
I didn't
Can
say.
you give me a chance to respond?
No, well, no.
But you said it. But no, you can't say something. No, you cannot say something, right?
Hello, why
No,
did you
man.
cut me off?
You made that assertion. Hold on. You made that assertion to say that because Bush went to Afghanistan, I can use it to fight Trump. You made that assertion, but you did not give me a chance to respond.
I'm not saying you can. I'm saying based on your logic or the road where you're there, is that anybody can dig up what any Republican do and see and look and see who they drop the atomic thing them down at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Who
and can you give me a chance to respond to that? So you know my position then.
You guys are reasoning like Trump.
There's no need to respond because what I am saying is that
I don't understand. You cannot say no.
They cannot talk about Trump's policy because he doesn't have any.
All right, well, what's this?
I just don't understand. I just don't understand. If you made an assertion, right? Give me 1 second. Just 1 second. Just 1 second. But you said it already.
I did not. Hold on, bro. What I'm saying is that when me say is that a question to you, all me I say is, it don't make no sense we go down that road there because just like how you said, them people are the Democrats and whatever. A man can say here we go on. Bush go down to Iraq and 1 million people missing and sitting down. He was Republican. So me I say it don't make no sense argue down that road. I want us
and
to
I can respond to that too. I can. I don't have a problem to respond to that.
Hold on. I want us to discuss Trump and Kamala Harris and their policies. That is what
I am interested also in I'm also interested in responding or talking about both parties.
No, but Invest
as well.
That's what I say. I don't want the
people that represent a certain party. Of course, you can still talk about it. There's no problem in that. There's merit in talking about the overall system. Come on now.
Invest. We just sat down for 1.5 hours and watched Donald Trump and Kamala Harris debate. So why do I need to go back to the revisionism thing when we are in the know? So I want to stay in the know. That's all me I say. Let's stay in the know.
I want to hear what Trump policies are compared with Kamala's.
Right. All right. 1 second.
And I can talk about that too.
Oh my gosh. Just hold on, please, guys. Cooler, man. Now make we nice everything too late, man. After 4 hours we there. And the thing on floor, let's not nice it up now. All right, loving one. Go ahead, loving one. Mr. Anne-Marie check in. You know the thing go. People there, we're gonna make them say a little thing and they will circulate the mic. Reading Palace, I don't forget you. So got you loving one and say what you say.
Thank you very much. Because I mean the panel was going on so well, each people respecting each other, making their view without interrupting. I think that we have a better reasoning that way, right? Because for me, and majority of the panel may not agree with me, but for me to understand where I am at, I have to go back because that's the only way I am going to be able to bring forth any change. And when you look at when you compare both parties, which one of them have the black people interest at heart? Not because I give you a fish mean that I love you. Because if I give you a fish today and you have to come back to me tomorrow, you're making me dependent on you. If you come to me today, I give you a fish and you come back tomorrow, you say, you know something? I'm going to give you a boat and I'm going to show you how to fish. No, you want what's best for me. Why do I use this analogy? the Democratic Party is the party that will continue to give you the fish because they want to control you. When we look at the especially the black community in the United States, because for the life of me, how is it a Jamaican, as the gentleman is referring to his wife being a lawyer in the same United States as a black person, where black Americans are, and yet a Jamaican, a Nigerian, or anybody else will go there and become millionaires? Why the black people in the same America not seizing those opportunities and becoming something? Because they are being cultured and they are being brainwashed to become victims. Do you know that before the whole Light B Summit welfare system, that even though the black people were treated the way they were treated, that the black family was stronger before there was a welfare system? It was the Democratic and their policies that destroyed the black family. Run the man out of the house and tell the woman to marry to the government. The whole eugenics movement.
Oh, God, why?
Can I say something? I want to say something real quick.
Anne-Marie, hold on. As I say again, people, we just sit down and watch an hour and a half, Trump versus Kamala. And yeah, really and truly, if we go back way so far still, me feel it's a little bit...
yeah, it's not fun. It's a waste of time.
All right, so watch this now. Make Anne-Marie say a quick thing. And then
I'm going to say something real quick, right?
After, yeah.
So I was listening to you guys because I was watching the debate and looking at the comments, and most of the men on here are supporting Trump. That's what I gather on here, right? So I watched that debate. As it relates to black people in America, what policy or proposal did Trump lay out that could help the black people in America? Or anything
Fantastic question.
Yes, or anything he says that at least you could say, okay, well, Trump going to do this or whatever. And first of all, you guys need to understand, there's no such thing as a black policy. You can make proposal to the candidate, but you can't go in and say, oh, this is only for the black people. You see what I'm saying? And first of all, you come about Donald Trump.
Every other race and policy that directly affects
yeah,
them.
good. I'm glad you said that, James Bond. Which policy other race? Because I know you guys have the talking point from Fox about the Asian get a COVID the Asian get a bill for the hate crime. That came under the COVID-19 bill. It doesn't only for Asian people alone. And the next thing too, we talk about Kamala Harris a bunch of policies. Did you guys hear policies as it relates to first-time home buyers, as it relates to tax break, as it relates to $50,000 go to when you start smart business? That's not policy. Did Trump say anything about any policy?
That's comical, man.
That's just
what do you mean it's comical? What do you mean it's comical?
Excellent question.
What do you mean it's comical? What do you mean it's comical? First of all, a politician, what do? They propose a plan, what they're going to do. So eventually, when they get voted into power, and they have in America, they got the House and the Senate and the White House, they could create enact the policy, but they have to present something. Trump was there for an hour and a half, and he did not present one goddamn policy. Tell me a policy did Trump propose tonight? One of you gentlemen, tell it to me right now.
All right.
Close the border.
That's one.
Thank you. That's important one. Also too.
Wait a minute. Okay, back up.
Can I? You ask the question. Can I finish?
No.
Oh my God. Okay. All right. Go ahead. Okay. Go ahead. Okay. Go ahead.
Listen to me. Close the border is not a policy. How he gonna enact that?
Close the border on it's under a policy. Come on, it's under a policy. It is under a policy.
How does that even benefit black people?
Hold on. Energy is important for the country. Energy is important, and for people to be paying higher gas prices and also inflation, because there is the thing about it too. We talk about going back in history. There is two. Hold on one second. Hold on one. Hey, can you
Stay
hear me?
on point, Invest. Stay on point, Invest.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Something
I can
echo in
hear
background.
you. Somebody listen to themselves. Invest, I respect you.
Can you hear
Please.
me?
Oh my God.
Imhotep.
Somebody need to mute up their mic because they're
All right, we
getting a
hear now.
feed.
Invest. Go ahead. Invest.
Somebody tell Invest to stay on point. Answer the question about the border. How is that a policy? Let's flesh it out. I can't deal with the Trump reasoning.
All
And then the
right,
next
so
thing too, whatever
hold on,
policy.
Anne-Marie, hold on, man. All right, is Invest there or we lost him?
No,
Which one?
he's on mute. Let me talk for him.
Hold on,
And the next,
Anne-Marie, hold on, man. Hold on, sister, man. Remember you're forwarding hot, you know. The after allow Reading Palace, who they are wait to say a quick thing. And then it's
And Marie, burn up the place.
right. And Marie burn down the place. So got you the Reading Palace. Quick and fast, you know, because enough people there. You know what I think?
Yeah, man. So personally, I don't I'm not gonna vote in this election coming up. But if I was gonna vote, I would vote for Trump.
you're gonna sit on the couch.
I'm gonna sit it out, yeah.
Good luck to you, honey.
Well, I mean, I don't need luck.
Well, guess what? You live in this country, you came to this country, you need to take part in democracy. Don't tell me you're going to sit down. As a black man come from the Caribbean, you should not say you're going to sit it out.
Can you let me finish? I mean, I got a little time to talk, and I didn't know I was going to be interrupted when I was, you know, when I'm going to say my little piece. I sat here and I listened to everybody talking, and I'm just getting a little piece, right? But yes, I'm going to sit it out because I have a right to protest if none of the candidates you know, seem to be pushing policies that I'm in agreement with, right? I stated that I was disgruntled with the Democrats. I'm not happy with them, but I didn't say that I was going to go and vote for the other candidate. I could sit it out. That's my right, you know. No, tonight, I didn't really hear any policies that specifically benefited the Black community. However, from a high level, any policies that deals with energy and causing the cost of energy to go down will definitely benefit those who tend to be at the bottom of the income range, which tend to be Black people, right? When energy cost is high, cost of everything is high. You bring that down, makes things more affordable. By default, that's going to benefit Black people. For the past 4 years, I've only seen the cost of goods go up. Just keep going up and up and up and up. Even I make really very good income, and I'm at the point where I'm like, okay, we need to do some budgeting because of the cost of goods. So it would definitely help for the cost of goods to go down. And I'm sure that a lot of Black people will be very happy when the cost of goods go down so that their income can, suit them better. In terms of, making housing available for first-time home buyer, there have been so many programs in this country for first-time home buyers. I don't know how many more we're going to have. And that does not necessarily trickle in to help Black family, because at the end of the day, what's really going to make it possible for us to, for Black people to buy homes, or to participate in home buying at a more higher rate is if they had better income, better opportunities. So just creating programs is not enough. They've been doing that for decades. That's my point.
All right. All right. I'm going to allow Anne-Marie to say a thing, and then the M part, and then James Bond. I think.
Yeah, I'm for some reason, and I just don't understand most of you guys the way you're reasoning from. I think you guys reason from a selfish point of view. When a politician go into office, especially in America, they have to create policies. Obviously, they have to create policies because in America they want from the poor, the low wage people, or the middle class to build up. That's what American most of the Democrats' talking point is. But you cannot say, oh, if they have the program to help people at the down to get money on their first time home buyers. What it's going to do? It's going to help a lot of people. And I keep telling you guys, go read the Constitution. You cannot have a law that says only black people will benefit from it. You cannot say that. I'm very upset with you, sir, when you said you're not going to be just going to sit it out. So you're going to sit it out so that other people like me, who's going to do the work and to go vote and get people into power, and then when they have certain to benefit you, you're going to take the rip of what I do. You can't say you're going to sit it out.
Actually, I don't. I've not benefited from any of those social policies.
I'm not talking about the social sir. I'm not talking about the social policies. And if you work in America, you pay taxes. Later on, when you retire, you're going to get back into retirement, or you're going to get back into social security or whatever. So don't talk about government program. So you think only people who done government program are going to benefit from the country? You benefit from the country too, because you wasn't born here. Were you born here?
No, I wasn't.
But I'm pretty sure he paid taxes, so
I pay taxes.
Everybody pay. Trust me, everybody. Trust me. Even if you don't listen to me, even if people don't work, they still pay taxes. Because when you go to the store, you pay taxes.
I don't vote.
You guys need to stop watching Fox News and the YouTube people. And the guy that says about Trump says about people eat cat. The mayor in Ohio and the police force said they investigate and no Haitian eating any cats.
This is what I was talking about earlier. Let me just make this point.
Yeah, be quick doing everything politics because I remember saying I did finish a point in my G.
Because I know, but she made some points that's forcing me to have to respond.
All right,
First of all,
quickly.
I think we would be all of us would be better off if we don't try to fit the next person into any particular group or category. Because clearly none of us like it, right? But yet we turn around and we do it and we don't see that we're doing it, right? Look, I vote based on policies. Why should I vote if none of the candidates are offering policies that I agree with? Why should I vote?
So what's your purpose then? What is your civic duty? What do you do for your civic duty then?
My civic duty is not to vote in support of policies I don't agree with.
But the mic, man, make the empath say what she has said, man. You know.
Okay, go Miss Empath. Go on.
Brian, they want to say a thing after. You know, James Bond there too. So, you know it go. Go to Empath. I mean, what I say. All right, they look like.
Yes, I'm here. You would have give me like literally 5 seconds. All right.
Got you.
I'm glad Anne-Marie came on. She came on like a swoosh of fresh air, knocking everybody over, waking them up, right? I agree with everything that you said, Anne-Marie. Wait, no. I just think it's reasonable. I agree with all the questions are so on point. It took us back on track. And she mentioned that the men on here are selfish because if you're thinking of voting Trump and you think you'd be better off as an American in America, you're not thinking about us in the Caribbean, are you? Right? You're not thinking about the broader implications of global politics and so on. Stop thinking about yourself and start listening to what Trump is saying. Read Project 2025, right, which is basically Trump's agenda. If he wins, he keeps denying it and he keeps on accepting it. Like, if I win, that's his agenda.
That's not his
right? No. So, and Trump is a pathological liar. You know, pathological liars cannot be trusted. So even if he say one thing and he's direct and you're pleased and you're happy, can you imagine what happens? But let's not go into suppositions, right? Stop being selfish and start listening carefully to what he's saying and think about the broader implications of not just what is happening in your family, but what could happen to your other family members and your friends, you know, and people in the Caribbean. So yeah, that's what I want to say. Thanks again, Anne-Marie, for coming here like a wrecking ball.
Imitate. Can I say one thing? Then I'm gonna go. One thing. Then I'm gonna go. One thing.
All
Then I'm
right,
gonna
quick
go.
and fast.
Just one thing. I think it was Invest who says somebody here in America said to him that they're teaching kids about transgender or whatever.
Yeah.
As far as I understand, I want to see evidence of that in which school they teaching kids about 13, 14 how to do transgender, change their sex or
All right.
whatever.
So
I
know
have no
Invest
evidence, and I
respond.
work in the school system. Maybe different state have different
Invest
things, but
respond.
far as I understand, I don't see it.
Yeah, so make Invest respond, man. They might have the evidence for you.
Yeah, so
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, man.
Go
Loud and clear, Invest.
tell
All
me
right.
Invest.
So we cannot act as if the Democrat is not pushing same-sex ideology, gender confusion. We cannot act like that is not. Hold on. Can I say my point?
No, hold on, please.
Can I?
For the algorithm, please, me know we are full up the algorithm with them conversation there. So probably if you can just carry it back home or something
Anyway, guys, I gotta go. Thank you, Miss Empath. Anyway, I gotta go because I gotta go teach the kids tomorrow. So I gotta go.
Take care, Anne-Marie. You're a teacher too.
I'm saying Invest. I'm trying to avoid
right.
those buzzwords in the algorithm. So go ahead and make a point.
I think if we're going to act as if those type of ideologies are not being pushed by the Democrats is rather disingenuous, to be honest with you. It's really sad. We can't be doing this. If something is what it is, we just talk what it is. Why we need to like make some obscure as it's like why? It is a fact that they are. The lady on the Supreme Court and ask her what's a woman. She's a woman and she can't even talk about what's a woman is. Why? Because she's protecting this type of ideology. And it is what it is. They are pushing these things, especially on the vulnerable and the kids. They are. Teachers, most of the teachers in some schools, them have the for them special flag in there. Why?
All right.
What's the reason for that?
All right. Let me make Joe Grind a quick thing now, and then James Ban after.
There's a lot to say about one question, but you make lady hang up. I wanted to know the past 3 years and a couple months, the policies that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris came in said they are gonna do. Which one they fulfilled so far? That's the first question.
None.
They passed the infrastructure bill. They passed the infrastructure bill. They passed the chip where you can and the insulin you can't pay 35 to insulin that affect black people. And they passed the child income tax credit, but the Republican didn't vote for it for last year. They passed a lot of things, sir. And they give a lot of money, $1 billion to HBCUs, and they affect a lot of black people in America. I could go on and on and on. Okay.
The story's never been told.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Should the Democrat choir sing back up on the phone?
I'm not. Excuse me, sir. I voted for Republican.
Imotech. Hold on, man. Hold on. I mean, you as a moderator, you have to be fair, man. Somebody can just always talk, and once I'm saying something, I'm getting cut off. Why?
Hold on,
Come on, man.
Invest. Hold on. No, man, we can't believe you said that because.
We're so sorry, Invest.
Hold on,
What is the reality?
Invest.
Please, hold on, Anne-Marie, man.
No, it's a good. I'm asking a good question.
Anne-Marie, hold on, man. Joe Grind came on Invest and he directed a question to Anne-Marie and she responded. So where is the sin there? Me not understand what you said, bro, unless you not follow the reasoning. But Joe Grind directed this question to Anne-Marie.
No, you can't proceed, man. You can't proceed, Imotech.
No,
sorry for bringing that up.
You're just like the thing and I said, boy, there's perceived bias here. Joe Grind asked her the question and she responded.
But it is.
No, but how is it when Joe Grind directed the question to her and she responded?
Yeah, he asked me the policy and I named them out, and it's a fight. Go on White House Gov. Go on whitehousegov.com. You see the policy.
I didn't hear the policy. You repeat them for me?
Whitehouse.gov.
Invest one talk about the teeth and the capital.
Hold on.
No, okay, I gotta go, guys. But this is good.
Good night, Anne-Marie. Yeah, man.
Yeah, good night.
Yeah,
I checked back in November 5th when Kamala went. Okay.
All right, no problem.
We're not going to hear from you again then.
Yeah, I think Anne-Marie needs to repeat that again, brother. All right.
What
Big
you
up
say?
Anne-Marie.
What
I
did
guess
you
we-
say, Imhotep?
I guess we're not going to hear from you again if you're checking back in November 5th when she win.
No, because I'm gonna be busy knocking them people down, calling their phones to
No,
vote.
we won't be hearing from her because she's not winning. So we won't be hearing from you again.
Yeah, she's not gonna win.
Boy,
First of all, if Trump win, I'm gonna be okay, but you guys not gonna be okay. Remember that.
What do you mean by
that's
that,
not true.
Anne-Marie? What do you mean
That's
by
not
that?
I have
true.
100% chance.
Hold on. You're just a spoil Louise, you know, Anne-Marie.
No, I gotta go. I gotta
Anne-Marie,
go.
hold on. Yeah, man, you have to
That's
go,
not
man.
true. Not
Yeah,
true.
man.
Not
I'll
true.
be
Yeah, man.
okay.
Not
Hold on,
true.
Anne-Marie, man. Anne-Marie, what you just saw a while ago. Yeah, me feel say you forward and you in hot and you burn down the place and you just really, yeah, me think now it's time to go for really. You have to know when to fall. As
No,
well
Yes.
as that.
because
Church, she didn't burn.
because as a
Church, she didn't
teacher,
burn down any
as a
place.
teacher,
Not
I
that. That's
No,
that.
hold
Nothing
on,
go like
man.
that. She didn't burn
No,
down any
hold on,
place.
guys.
Oh God, it's all good. I'm not upset. It's all good. It's all good.
Says she destroyed her female. So she came in hot. That's our message. She came in hot, passionate and full of
But she wasn't
zeal.
burning. She came in,
Hold
but
on,
she
As I
wasn't burning.
said,
Yes,
typical
man.
Republican come and talk
She
about
blazed up the place, man.
nonsense. Typical Republican come and talk
But
about
didn't
that
create any.
nonsense
Didn't create any effect.
and have the little black people must say, yeah.
Loving one, you're supposed to be loving. How kind of talking that?
no.
And then Monday morning, them drop left them. Typical Republican, man. We don't watch that.
Excuse me. I am not no anyway. Yeah, don't come call me a little black Democrat. Don't play.
Anne-Marie.
No, don't. No. Let us not go that. Let us not do that,
Have
please.
a good night, Anne-Marie. See you
Let us not
November.
do that. Let us not be. Let us not be disparaging to each other, please.
Yeah, man, we there are reasons. So we
No, I'm not in emotion. I'm good. That's the way I am. I'm good.
All right. So James Bond, you're time now, my general.
Sir, before you let Anne-Marie run, man, Anne-Marie had asked a question about the border. How does the policy at the border affect?
I don't even know where to start with all this nonsense. Them just spew.
Well, you have to start somewhere.
I really don't know, because when you look at all
the
First of all, you people are voting for somebody what you never even vote in. Because when Camilla was trying to run for president, she couldn't even get 5% of the votes. She couldn't even make it to a debate. And now them take her and push her in. So
is that me or James Bond?
It's looking like James Bond.
Okay,
James Bond. Can't hear him again.
I said that shows you're jumping for somebody you didn't even vote for. So that shows how much the Democrat Party controls your mind. Them just going to somebody and vote and say, yeah, man, I see where I work with. You need to have a choice. You guys need to have a choice as to who you want.
We're focusing on the policy. The policies, please.
You didn't have a choice for who you wanted. Who you wanted for your leader. After that, she has flip-flopped on every single thing that she was for. No, she's not for. She was for drilling. No, she's not for drilling. She was for criminalizing, prosecuting people across the border. No, she's for it. So where she stands, we don't know where she stands. No, she's just 1 minute she's has an Indian accent, the next minute she has a Detroit accent. We don't know who she is. 1 minute she's embracing.
At least she's not a pathological liar.
1 minute she's from South Asia. The next minute she's black. 1 minute she's smoking in 1982, listening to Tupac when Tupac came out.
Oh, you sound like Trump, sir.
We don't know where this woman.
Oh, you're not talking about the positives of Trump. You're just talking about badness of Kamala. Talk about Trump and the good he plans to do. Can we hear that, please?
This is unfair. This is unfair.
Listen.
What is unfair, Joe Grind?
James wanna make him point and she cut him off, right? And all them attack all bad about Trump, right? You never say nothing. And when him list out the bad things about Kamala, which I have a few more to add to it, you know tell her for you easy.
You know what I realize? I noticed the bias. Everything me say them take offense to.
Me, they are making no reason, brother. So we don't know why you make it look that way. There, James Bond making point. That is fine. Making point. It's points versus points. That's fine.
But make a person make them point and then everybody quiet.
Talk about Trump's policies and stop complaining.
Joe Grind. Well, guys. 1 second I read in palace, man. Not too long talk, man. I said now with there, well on, man.
Everybody else talk since me talk.
Oh my gosh, no, well on, man. Hold on. I know James Bond a finishing point, you know. You get me? I said. So make James Bond a finishing point. But remember, say the conversation, we really want to narrow it down to like policies and things like that. So that's fine. So go through James Bond and finish a point.
I am voting for Trump because we need to do something about this stupid Obamacare that we have that is killing black people. Not necessarily black people, but the cost of it is so high. Same black people that they're talking about can't even afford it, most people. So I am voting for him because of that, because we definitely need to do something for it. I am definitely 100% voting for him because the border is a mess. We cannot have a country that we live in and anybody can run in like it's a hog pen or a goat pen. So I have to vote for him. On the taxes, since as Anne-Marie is talking about where I want me fine, based on my tax bracket, I need to vote for Trump because it benefits me as well. So there's a number of things I voted for Trump for. So yes,
Right.
Trump has bad ways.
Right.
And the bad ways, I will take the good one with the bad one that him come with. And that's
right.
it.
But that border thing there's still, right? You know, knowing the history of that border thing, why you think that them really for years, right? They have never like build it. Trump had 4 years, I never built it, not true.
When Trump had the 4 years, who control the House and who control the House and the Senate?
Well, when Trump had his 4 years?
Yeah.
Wasn't it 50-50 and Mike?
No, he had never had all three houses in his presidency. So we know go back on.
No, but my point is though, my point is though, yeah, he was president, so he could have done a lot more.
No, he couldn't do the policies to close the borders how you wanted it. You needed the House, the Senate, and the White House to make the policy.
All right.
Obama had all three. Obama had all three. I never do nothing about it. But the Democrat Party will never ever run. The Democrat Party have two talking points: criminal justice reform and border and immigration.
So
because
all right,
because they know.
Yeah. So like you're concerned about borders and people coming in. So the Americans them where they over Guam and Hawaii and Philippines and them for left and something there. The one them where they over Puerto Rico them for leave too.
I have no problem. I have no problem if they want to come back home.
No, that's I ask because the reality is that
that's an unfair question because most countries in the world, any American can go and live, and it takes very little for you to have legal status.
Let me tell you
legal status there. That's what it is.
Yeah, but let me tell you why it's very unfair, because everybody over here are immigrants except the Native Americans.
Yes,
we have immigrants are complaining about immigration.
So because we're immigrants, right? We're not supposed to control about
you have a no. But you have a choice, right? First thing you don't have to do over here, so you can go somewhere else where you feel like say, boy, yeah, man, the border is more secure. But really and truly,
but I am American. I'm an American. I choose to make America my home.
No, that is fine. That is fine. But at the same time, the rest of people and we are trying to make America them home. Just like you did.
No. Hold on. Not just like how me did. My parents came here the legal way and did it the right way. I am not saying don't come. Come here the legal way.
But most of the people them turn up at the border and they must seek asylum. They not dig no hole.
We both know, and this is both Democrat and Republican know this, that 92% of who is seeking asylum is deemed not to be credible. We know that.
No, but hold on, but they still have the right to seek it. So it's a process, right? So what may I say is that this lack of the border thing, yeah, it is a bit disingenuous because the whole of we are immigrants, right?
Certain.
Yeah.
Certain. I think, I
don't believe in lacking off on the border because remember say all these countries, 1 second, they love it one. May I get the mic? All these countries, right? Where are these people coming from? James Bond, where are they coming from?
Right now, they're coming from all over the world.
No, just give me some names. Give me some countries.
Every country I name, they're coming from Jamaica, they're coming from Haiti, they're coming from Venezuela, they're coming from Colombia, they're coming from Nicaragua, they're coming from Mexico, they're coming from all about, they're coming from as far as China.
Right. So and these people, them want a better life, or them just want to come get trouble. Which one?
Whatever their reasons are, I am saying do it the legal and the right way.
Right. So I mean, I said the majority of these people right now, them are turn up at the border to be processed, and them are fight for asylum, and then them will get them time for answer them case and then sitting there. So most of the people them really are trying to do it the right way still. You get what I say?
But based on the numbers in America, we know this is not guess. We know that 92% of them is not deemed credible for asylum. So we know so they're just
no. I don't know about that 92%.
Look it up. They're just doing it for easy pass.
92% are not deemed credible. 92%.
92% of people apply for asylum get denied. Look it
Yeah,
up.
no, getting denied that one thing, but not deemed credible.
But if you're
That
getting
different
denied,
thing.
if you're seeking this asylum and you're getting denied, that means based on what you're telling them, not go so.
No,
Or them not believe
that's
you.
not the basis for accepting or denying.
There are
They-
certain requirements. Okay, let me put it this way then. Whatever the percentage of it, most of the 92% don't meet the requirements for asylum.
right, that is fine, yeah, because at the end of the day, the
So if you're
criteria of asylum
if
and some
92% is
extreme things, bro, crime and war and natural disasters. Yeah, certain criteria say a man run left from Colombia, no natural disaster no over there. Yeah, poverty, no, that's not the criteria for file for asylum. War going over there, no, not like that. The FARC and the government them done disband and them something there. So yes, most of the people not gonna qualify because they don't meet the criteria. I agree with you, but that don't mean that they are not credible.
so if I have an issue where 12 million people come across the border, and when it comes down to the end, seeking quote unquote seeking asylum, when it comes down to it, 92% of them not qualify for asylum. Why wouldn't I do something to close the border?
Do something to close the border? Well, as me
Yeah,
say,
why wouldn't I implement policies that would monitor that? So we will be a deterrence for people not to come here.
No, because the US have a policy where them need the migrants too as well. Don't forget that, bro.
Exactly.
Yeah, they need the migrant labor, the cheap labor.
There are a lot of policies, but there's a lot of policies and programs where you can actually get migrants to come to work in America legally. Why they don't follow those? Right now, today, anybody in America who make $35,000, if you come from Haiti, Venezuela, I think Nicaragua, you can file for anybody over there, a friend, cousin, brother, anybody.
Right,
and they'll be here in 90 days.
Right. So what I'm saying is that most of the people when we turn up at the border are people where I say, boy, here we go, I file for asylum, So them really have the right to try and file for asylum still. All right, Reading Palace.
But you're supposed to file for asylum in the country. You pass through 4 countries and come file asylum in America. So you're not file asylum in those other countries.
No, because I know them countries them want to file asylum. America want to file asylum for brother.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, why we must stay in Mexico and them sitting there with the war and cartel there, war and sitting there? No, want to come America paradise.
Yeah, so we have the right, America the right to deny you as well too.
That is fine, but I'm just saying them being denied, it just means the criteria that is there to apply for asylum, them not meet it. Just like you left Jamaica and come and file for asylum, they're gonna say, all right, no, me not see no earthquake going on Jamaica, no civil war now going down there. You have to go prove now, say your father dead and your brother dead and everybody dead for you because so and so. And yeah, they might say, all right, let us consider him, but most of the people them really not qualified based on the criteria.
Is a loophole in the in the policy, or we need to fix it. That's the bottom line.
I have a question regarding that border. So apparently the Democrats were on board with the border, but Trump last minute pulled it. That was something that was a very strong point for Kamala, and it's something that's been revealed over the past couple of weeks. What do you guys think about that? So you guys are saying the border and the Democrats were supporting it, and then he pulled it last minute. What do you guys think about that?
Somebody can get attacked?
I've been waiting to say something for the longest while.
All right. So allow Reading Palace and then Loving One after. Reading Palace and then Loving One. All
right. So we just want to answer and then you can talk. Just don't interrupt when I talk, please. Yeah. So a lot of times these bills, legislators take opportunities to introduce pork into the bill, things that have nothing to do with the bill. And if the bill is not carefully reviewed, sometimes these things get pushed through. I don't know the full detail of why Trump turned it down, but I'm just offering that as a possibility. Maybe there was something in the bill that he did not find agreeable, and that's why he did not go forward with it. But on the larger point, something that I, for the past 3 years, and Trump said it during the debate, it's not like we have 2 new candidates in Trump and Kamala. Kamala is a part of the current administration. They had the past 3+ years, going into 4 years, to enact or even put forth a lot of the things that they are now saying they want to do for the people. It would have been helpful for them if they had tried pushing some of these things forward, you know, but they didn't. And now they want people to believe that somehow they're running against incumbent Trump, and he's been sitting in the White House for the past 3+ years, and they're offering these policies that are going to be better than what he has done. No, they're running against themselves, because they already ran against Trump in the past election and defeated him, and they had their chance. So whatever policies they're offering now, that's different than what they have been doing for the past 3 years. They're actually running against their own record. And so when we talk about what's Trump policies, I would like to know the specifics of the policies being offered by Kamala Harris. Not just some high level, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. How are you going to do it? And
you sound like Trump. Sorry, I'm going to drop.
Listen. What?
Stop now, man.
I look.
Reasoning,
I
man.
get. My litmus test for whether and this goes for Trump and Kamala. My litmus test for whether a presidential candidate can be considered credible for the policies they're offering is what their party as a body is saying, and the body language that they are what they're communicating. If I was to hear sitting member of Congress echoing some of these points and saying, yes, you know, we're planning to work with the administration to do these things, and you know, we're looking to hit the ground running with these policies, then I might consider these as feasible policies. But I'm not hearing any support coming from the party, which means that the rest of the party just understand that these are just promises, empty promises, and then when reality hits the ground and, you know, the beginning of the new year after the election, then everybody just knows, so we're back to business as usual. Good luck.
All right.
That's it.
Ruan, right. Yeah, the calling link is pinned at the top of the chat, you know.
Yeah, man. Tell him to call in, because Missy must say something about Trump had 2 branch of government when he was in power, and that's not true. So tell him to call in.
All right, no, but well, under, you know, say we are touching 5-hour mark and 2. So go through the loving one. Let me hear what you said them in general.
Yeah, man. I understand when we're having reasoning like this at some point in the discussion, we're gonna find the emotions you know, become high. But however, yes, with all that said, you know, it's good when we keep the reasoning on a level that we can respect each other. And in the sense, we show that by allowing each other to speak without interrupting. All right. So we're talking about the border, and I want to go back right there. Trump in 2016, when he was campaigning, that was one of the things that he said he would have done. He came in and he got all the pushback from the Democratic Party and some of his own Republicans, and they call him all kind of names. However, he still pushed through. He completed a considerable amount of the wall. The material, some of the material that was left to work on the wall was by the Democratic Party, was shipped off to China. So what is the importance of securing the border? And what you need to understand, I hear I hear Sir Tep talking about, I mean, basically I'm getting the impression that there should be no border because America, the people who are in America now are not from there. However, that is factual, but I mean, a group of people come into a place and they join together and they form a nation. And so one of the ways you secure a nation is to have secure borders. If you don't have secure borders, then you're gonna have everybody running in. One of the group of people that is most affected by an open border are the same black people where a lot of people are championing for. Why is this so? Because when they comes in there, and we see the evidence of this in people in Chicago, Philadelphia, and even the same New York. In the United States, there's a lot of homeless, including people who have served in their military, who are homeless people sleeping on the street. But yet the people who illegally enter into the country are put up in hotels, are given privileges, and all the words that come with it. And the black people are the ones who are crying out that they are being pushed out, and the illegal immigrants are being taken care of. So that is one effect of having an open border. So if you want to have a secure country, you secure your border. Just like how you want to have you have your property and you have your house, you secure, you run a perimeter fence in order to secure your property. So it is important. Energy. Trump 4 years administration is his track record, The Democratic Party now are in there for 3.5 years. Who reached in 4 years? And what have they accomplished? They talk, I mean, what I don't remember her name, so it's Anne Marie, the teacher lady. She spoke about, I mean, bill that they passed. When they pass some of those bills, and the what they call it, Bidenomics, that send the inflation flying through the roof. All of those nice, pretty things that Miss Camilla spoke about tonight, how they going to finance them? Because look here, there's nothing free. It's going to cost somebody. So when you talk about you're going to give, somebody has to pay for it. And that is what politicians do. Trump says, I will put policies in place, such as opening up back the energy sector. Under Trump's 4 year, America became energy dependent. When the Biden administration come and cut you out. And if you don't have cheap energy, you can't have a good economy, because everything is based on energy. Thank you.
All right. All right. So we are at closing arguments. So make invest his closing arguments, and we just kind of close this out to get me a 5 hour mark. We kind of reach an our 12:22. Work week settings. The thing. You get me I say. So go through the invest. Let me hear closing argument.
All right. As always, respect for the invite and respect for the platform. Respect everybody's opinion. One love. This some look at kind of vibes every once you go live, so I'm gonna try check in once I'm not working. That being said, my closing argument is that we have Donald Trump's record to match against Joe Biden and Kamala's record, and what we can know for a fact, there is no new war started under Donald Trump. We were energy dependent under Donald Trump. Inflation was not as high as it is. Trade agreements was actually better because if we have manufactured in America, people will get jobs. People will get jobs and stuff like that for people who live in America, instead of sending all the manufacturer
Invest. Sorry, if you cut it, it's actually the same, because they never change Trump policies when they say how good it is on the trade investment.
Right, there you go. Because even the tariffs. Good point. And in terms of border, if we travel outside of South America, the Caribbean, North America, if you travel outside Italy and those places, you can't just walk into other people's country. You can't just walk in. There's no, even Mexico, you can't just walk into Mexico unless a cartel have maybe directed through the governance. But in terms of like the government policies, anybody can just walk into Canada. You can't do that, because there is certain sovereignty people protect to allow their country to be safe. Think about the amount of enemies America have, all these terrorists and stuff. It's scary to know that people just allowed to be shuffled in, and you don't know who these people are. It could be terrorists coming in. If I was a terrorist and want to do America something, guess what me I go? Me I go out to the border, because it's open, and then me plan and do what me have to do. So the thing about it is that if we strip the emotion part about it and look at exactly what the policies, we talk about what policies are being done for black people. Once something has been done that affects America, by trickle down effect, it's gonna affect every other race. That's my point. So big up on yourself, one love.
Yeah, man, manners and respect. Invest. Reading Palace, your closing argument. All right. The
Reading
Empire.
Palace.
No, wait.
Reading
I'm sorry.
Palace.
Yeah, man.
Oh yeah, go on.
I second investors closing and just make it quick. That's it.
Yeah, man, respect. The empath, your closing argument.
Yeah. So I just want to point out that I'm the middle ground on this thing, but it's always about the decisions that these people are planning to make, right? Politics is about decision making. People who are in power making decisions about a nation, the people within that space, right? And whenever we're trying to show or support for a candidate, it's always best to highlight the strengths of that particular candidate. When you start deflecting and start to point at the other candidate, then that's when you know that you're losing it. I call it the Trump reasoning, right? It's deflection, it's deflecting, and it's boring, and it makes me realize that perhaps one is ignorant and not really aware, socially aware. So that's all I have to say. I hope the better candidate wins. I know that based on what I'm seeing, Canada has some policies that seem to be geared towards the benefit of the majority as opposed to the benefit for a few, which is what Trump's policies or the lack thereof are about. So I'm happy to have joined this panel, and Imhotep, I know they call it Imhotep, but I know there are a bunch of men in the US who call themselves Hotep. Are you one of them?
No.
This is just...
No. We name Imhotep, man. Yeah, we work with the Imhotep.
Okay, the genius. All right, no problem.
Right, yes, sir.
Big up.
Yeah, man. Bless up, Empire.
Take it easy. Yeah.
All right.
Good night.
Yeah.
Good night.
Well, I find it funny that the Democrats, every time you start talking about their candidate, they say it's deflection because you're not talking about yours when all they talk about is Trump. So
right.
I find that very funny. But anyway, what we need to realize is what is important to you is not important to me. So you telling me to vote based on what you think is important to you makes no sense because it doesn't affect my life.
True.
So if I'm going to vote on something that I deem important to me that affects my life, you should allow me that right and say, well, if that affects your life and that is important to you, vote for it. That's why I've never said anyone to vote for who. I tell you who I'm voting for because I'm voting for the policies that affects my life. Because at the end of the day, when you sit at your dining table with your kids or your family, you don't care if a man racist or whatever if you're pitting them hungry. To hell with a man who think about whatever and think about a black man if your kids are hungry. At that point, you're thinking about a job to provide for your kids. Right. So whatever position you're in, you should analyze your life and look at the candidates and say if that candidate affects my life in the way what is important to me, that's the way I'm going to vote. Just like how Subi said, to him, the whole thing with the police and him youth them and whatever, that is important to him. So I can appreciate him voting for that. I mean, I have no problem with that. Whichever candidate support what is important to him. So I just implore everyone to just vote for the policies that affects your life and not someone else's life.
Right. See here. So respect to Ryan Williams for the super chat, Ryan Williams said, men them scared of a woman leading, my opinion. LOL. Respect me general for the support. Loving one, your closing argument there, quick and fast.
Yeah, man, cool. Night to everyone. And it was very interesting. I mean, we all state our opinion and our preferences. Yeah, man. So back to where we started, we looked at the whole leak of the Integrity Commission with regarding the Prime Minister and in his statement, his declaration, and we see that the media in Jamaica tend to at times play a role that seems to ignite the people by sometimes just creating sensationalism. However, we have to understand that where laws are required, where the law is concerned, when people do go against certain things, they must face the consequence of their action. I mean, regarding the United States, I cannot vote in the United States. However, as I said earlier, whatever happens in the United States tend to affect the other rest of the world. And so, for me, Trump, as I said before, I favor Trump, and why? Because I I have a track record of Trump. I see what his 4 years have done and how it have affected the rest of the world. And so for him right now, he has a track record to run on. So do the incumbents. So they must decide. The people have to decide what they want. Do they want a United States where they can live comfortably, or they want a United States where they become, slaves again? So I hope the best person win. And I'm going to be a little bit biased. I'd love Trump to win, but I don't have a vote. So whatever the outcome, I'll have to live with that. And to everyone, Sir Tep, thanks for the privilege again of joining your live stream, your platform. And the good thing about it is that all views can content. Yeah, man. So bless up. And your name is an Egyptian. It's of an Egyptian origin, right?
Yes. Imhotep.
Oh,
yeah,
man. All right, cool.
Yeah, man. Manners and respect, man. Big up, big up to all the people, big up to all the panelists that were here earlier. Big up to the ones who support the platform. Remember, if you have not liked the stream as yet, please do so. Miss T, perfectly imperfect. Next time Anne-Marie check in, we're gonna remind her. Hopefully it's before November the 5th that the books are out there. But I get her point as well as a teacher. She's privy to a certain curriculum, but at the same time, that has always been a controversial thing as well. I remember in Jamaica, Andrew Holness wanted to sign the Samoa deal, which would have allowed them call it what sex education in the school. I know what that mean, Miss T. Sean can come to school tomorrow and say, Mashana, and you can't tell him nothing. So those are the things where I really are going around with still, but to each his own at the end of the day. So big up to all the people who are here. Another great 5 hour of reasoning. Manners and respect to the chat. DeAndre Small, big up, Misty, James Bond, Invest, Reading Palace, Loving One, The Empire, Anne-Marie, Joe Grind, Subi check-in, all the ones and ones, man. I don't even want to leave on the body name. But everything, gonna big up on yourself. Vioni All, 444 Records, THP, Fast Car, big up yourself. Jar Eubanks, Run right. Next time, catch the stream early, my general. You get what I say? Just subscribe, man. Make sure you fully subscribe because these are the type of conversations where we engage in from time to time. So you are free to check in on school who you want to school. Yeah, man. Over here, so a tough environment, So you know it go.
Hey, bless up him, take care. Big up yourself, yeah?
Yeah, man. Bless up investment.
Yeah, cool. Reading Palace.
Yeah,
man.
James, man. Big up.
Yeah, man.
Respectful.
Right. Apostle James, bless up yourself, Sean Life, bless up. All the ones and big up to Alex Smith, All the ones and I'm gonna big up on yourself. Yeah, man. Catch you know about Thursday again, people. So you know it go. Manners and respect.